What is going on, everyone? Welcome to the ASTROLABE. I am your host and humble narrator, Matthew Erickson, brought to you by King Pilled, and today I am joined by the man, the myth, the legend. Usually see him in the live chat. He is here for this. It is Mr. Jason Mironchuk. How you doing, sir?
Hello, freak bitches.
How's life down under?
Good. It's we're into our fall. It's our autumn, if Australia has one. So it's cooling down, which is nice. I always enjoy not living on the surface of the sun, and yeah, so that's been good. And health has been good. Went to Divine Liturgy this past Sunday, joining the local Rocor, the only Rocor church down here, which is really good. And Lent's been fantastic. And yeah, other than that, and of course, I was freaking right about everything. So, there's that.
You are just champing at the bit until Lent gets over, and you are going to light some things on fire.
I've been trying to wait till the end of Lent. It's going to happen this week. I'm sorry. I won't do it on your show out of respect, but I am going to pick some fights and punch some digital dicks. So
Jason Mironchuk, the premier digital dick puncher.
Well, it's amazing. I started, of course, going to liturgy now. It's been 2 or 3 weeks in a row, and I'm not angry anymore. I find I'm hit with an amazing amount of peace. But that doesn't mean I'm not grumpy. And this persona that I've perfected it's still very much real. This is not an act. This is who I am 24/7. Pray for my wife and child. So I've been quiet. I've been biding my time. I've been waiting. And now, of course, in this great hour of economic crisis, collapse, one might even say, as I have said, we're just starting to get the taste of it, my friends. It's the tip, and things are going to get much more interesting, as of course we're going to cover on this show. Thank you again, Matthew, for reaching
Absolutely.
around, giving me a reach around, and getting me out here. As we were talking before we pressed the play, my channel has been definitely screwed with. Let's put it that way. We can blame the algorithm. We can blame demons. I'll just blame demons. I think that's appropriate. That's a nice little catch-all phrase. Of course, I am investigating, though. So, word to the wise. Best scatter.
Yeah, when I was trying to set up the stream, I was just telling you this. I go through the whole process of setting up the stream and then hit like submit or complete or whatever it is, and then it would just crash out and say stream failed to set up or whatever. And I was like, well, what the hell? I went through several times and did it, and it wasn't working. So I rebooted my browser and then tried it again, and it wasn't working. So I used a different browser, and it still didn't work. And so I went and looked to see if I got some new flag or anything. I still have a copyright strike, but I've had a copyright strike for 6 months. And I couldn't find anything. I was like, man, what is this? And then I was like, well, Jason was telling me the other day that something's going on with his channel and something wonky. And I tagged his channel in the title on it. Just hit the @Mironchuk now instead of writing Jason Mironchuk. So that I wonder if that's what it is. I removed it and boop, immediately set up, no problem, just fine and dandy. So your channel, whatever status your channel occupies in the YouTube database, definitely has some sort of digital leprosy that it does not want to be associated with.
Yeah, I'm investigating.
I wonder if I'm going to get your leprosy.
I think you already have it.
I already have some case of something. Yeah. But I haven't. So
guilt by association.
If we kind of try to reason through this, I haven't really seen my numbers go down at all. What's been weird is that the numbers have held steady. The numbers of engagements have held steady, while the subscriptions have just dropped off a cliff. So there's no one new subscribing. Well, it's staying static. So there's a few people unsubscribing and a few people subscribing, but the numbers aren't growing. But the engagement numbers are staying basically the same. And those things don't go together. I don't understand how that happens. So I'm just going to build my own platform to migrate to. How's that?
Yeah, let's do that. Oh yeah, by the way, congratulations. I hear that you have a radio station now.
Yes, I do. Yes,
I might even have an app. I think I might even download the app for that radio station. What's it called again?
EWBSX, Eternal White Boy Summer. EWBSX, the cyber bully. Yes.
And what does that do?
was a great privilege to be contacted by the cyberbully and offered the opportunity to set up this channel from beyond the ice wall that pumps eternal white boy summer bangers. It's like nicotine for your ears, kind of like a lip pillow. Imagine if you could take a lip pillow and you could just put it in your ears, and it would have the same effect on your ears that it does when you put it in your lip. I don't know, something like that.
Hang on, I just pause for the cause. I see Docking Bite says I have to prove that I'm not wearing shorts. Hang on.
Oh no.
No. Right there.
Okay.
Right with the bulge.
Well, I can't see below the knee there, so I didn't get actual confirmation.
Well,
oh, there we go. Yeah. You're gonna be like one of those Twitch streamers that accidentally has a nip slip and gets the channel taken down accidentally.
A schlong surprise. Whoop.
Just plops right on out.
It does that sometimes. He gets curious. He's like, "Oh, what's going on over here? What's going on? Someone talk about me? What?"
Before we went on all this, Georgie Castrati said, "Punching dicks and reach arounds, nice and gay tonight," and then we just took it up to a whole nother level. Donkey Bite is grateful for your proof that you're not wearing shorts. I'm not wearing shorts either, but I'm not going to prove it.
He should be. Him should be.
Yeah, so EWBSX, the app is now available on iOS as well. So previously it was just the Android bros, but now my fellow iPhone bros out there, you guys have the EWBSX available to download. The app is available to download. So Slutty Milk says EWBSX is great for getting shit done. Yes, I found actually my productivity has gone up since we launched it, and maybe that's because the things that I'm working on are different than they were before, and it's easier to get things done now. But I just sit and listen to it all the time, and it's the perfect balance of spoken word that kind of pulls your mind in, and you kind of think about what's being said for a little bit, and then it goes back to music, and then some spoken word, and then back to music, and yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and we have so many things coming. That's actually something after we get off here, Jason. He's not going to hear me say this, but after we finish the show here today, I need to have a conversation with Jason to cover some. Wait until he gets back here. I was just saying, literally right as you took the headphones off, I said that's something actually I need to talk with you about as soon as we finish the stream today. Is more things to come. Jason's been aware of this project for as long as we've been working on it. He's been
longer.
Yes,
I knew about it before you knew about it.
That's true. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
So yes, EWBSX.app is the website. You can go to EWBSX, the cyberbully, on your app store of choice, and it is there. And yeah, let's get rocking and rolling here. It is Paul Suda Day. That beautiful bastard. He has blessed us with another week recap video. Gas up the Jaegers. Oh, and just before that, I see a super chat here from Mr. Rethuglican, $5. He says, follow up from Friday. The weekend revealed that 95% of the DR shouldn't be bothered with, and the remaining 5% should only be trusted in their niche. Ah, indeed. I do believe that the man sitting across from me here may have made a prediction that 2025 was going to be the year that a lot of people who you thought were based would turn out to reveal themselves otherwise.
Yeah, everyone thought I was having a real big freaking meltdown in December when I basically just put out a post and called out the entire DR because post-election, when you're getting the keys to the kingdom, Elon Musk is telling you that you are the media now. Everyone's signaling DR. This has been the whole talk for a freaking year and a half. Oh my God, someone's reading Imperium and Yoki. Oh, look at the right market reasons, whatever, guys. All that stuff. Yeah, cool. What'd you do right after the election? You talked about wife jack.
I remember being on a phone call with you, and you were screaming about this. You were irate. You motherfuckers. Yes.
Because look, here's the thing, right? And whatever, right? And I'm not talking like the smaller channels. I'm a small channel, right? Where you put content out for content's sake sometimes just to catch a wind. I'm talking about the people who already established, who were literally just 2 steps away from being on Rogan and having a massive career and taking over and being the new influencers, all that kind of stuff. The people who really should be, seizing the moment, and they talked about Wife Jack for like a month. That's when I was like, I'm out, man. Screw this.
And
you guys suck.
There's been a clear divide, I think, between the people who keep signing up for the "we're so back, it's so over, we're so back, it's so over" roller coaster, and when you wind up on that roller coaster, you have a choice. You're not going to be able to stay on the roller coaster because it will kill you. You will melt your own brain. So you have a choice of how you're going to get off that roller coaster. And you either get off that roller coaster on the "it's so over, permanently, always, forever" side, or you get off on the "we're so back, permanently, forever" side. And that's your choice. You can choose one way or the other. And it's clear that people are beginning to make this choice. And there's also a phenomenon where, like, people are getting, you have the people who you thought were based who aren't nearly so based. And then there's also like a kind of a continual little, I don't know, there's like this roiling that happens, and occasionally someone gets popped up out of the soup as someone who historically hasn't been very based, but now all of a sudden they're like, well, hold on, this guy's getting it. This guy's noticing. He's actually talking. And so you have both of these things happening at the same time. The previously based are now becoming cringe, and the previously cringe are now at least indicating a trajectory toward based.
Well, it's just they gave up the whole field because there's people already who have massive audiences or massive platforms who will just pivot. We're watching this with the Young Turks, and we're watching this with lots of other these people who are just pivoting, and they'll pivot and they'll take the space. So you have to get in there with elbows. If you've got 100,000 subscriber account, or if you got access and you're a major name in the space in the DR, you should be asses and elbows in there. Get on Rogan, get on the bigger podcast, like, preach. Like, this is your moment. That was your moment. And I think it's past now, because already they've ceded so much ground that they're going to be playing catch up. And I think this is the problem. The inherent problem with the DR is that it was reactionary. So it always is looking for, it has to have a counterbalance. It always needs to be, oh, we're playing from underneath. It's like, mother, how much more advantage do you need? In the world? Like, do you need to be given a Fox News show? Like, is that what you're waiting for? Or you go take it, or shit on me. Like, as I experienced, just everyone was like, no, screw that guy. I'm like, okay, screw me. Sure, I'm the crazy one. Oh, Jason's saying things like crazy things, like Trump's being installed and by the Carlyle Group, and then Kamala Harris does a speech where she quotes Thomas Carlyle. Whatever. What's that all about? Coincidences, right? Oh, what? Jason's saying there's going to be an economic collapse and probably going to start in Europe, and it's going to be centered around this bond market, this thing that he's been researching and talking to all these people with and doing all this diligence and thinking about nonstop for 6 months. Oh yeah, no, he's totally crazy and stupid, right? Like, it's historically unprecedented.
Isn't it? Right. Isn't it just magical how, 6 months ago or whenever it was, you can say that and everyone's just like, oh, that's insane. That would never happen. This guy's out of his mind. What a loon. And 6 months later, living in the exact world that you predicted, they're like, oh, that crazy guy who predicted the world that we live in today. We can't take him seriously because he says crazy things. Like,
and just be clear, I'm taking some credit because I took a lot of hits on it, but so I think I'm due. But at the same time, it's like these aren't even my ideas. This is like coming from talks from Stormy, talks with Tom Luongo, doing all the follow up. Like, the only thing I did was just watch, I don't know, close to 1,000 hours of this stuff, trying to become an economist overnight, or just know enough that I'm not. That when I say things, what I say might be salacious to grab your attention, because I can't give. I understand that if I talk a paragraph, which I can do, no one listens to that. When I say things like Trump's going to preside over an economic collapse, people pay attention. There's a reason for that. So pay attention, and if you don't like it, well, then prove me wrong. Actually prove me wrong, which no one is able to do. The other thing too, like neotrads, right, which is a throwaway one for me. And I got so many people going, well, you're just describing conservatism. Like, okay, sure. Oh, what's that? Nyla Ray, the one of the biggest names in OnlyFans, has given up OnlyFans and now has a cooking show. I'm just describing conservatism. That's just conservatism, Matt. That's just simple. That's just a pendulum swing. Come on, yeah, anyone could have predicted that one.
Literally baking apple pies.
Yeah. Literally. We can find the video.
Oh, I've seen the video. I've seen the video. The video is permanently implanted into my brain.
No, not my clip. I'm talking her making apple pies. It's just
that
like,
one. Yeah. Shout out to Brandon Walsh, wherever he is.
Paul Suda Day, though.
Yes, Paul Suda Day. Me. We're gonna come back to this here in a little bit because I've got stuff that relates directly to what we're talking about. But it is Paul Suda Day, and it would not be an Astrolabe if we did not play the newest Paul Suda video immediately. Here it is. We got a long one, 8 minutes and 52 seconds. So do me a favor, hit the like button, buckle up, strap in, grab your beverage and your lip pillow of choice, and let's get rocking and rolling.
They don't care. They don't care. And you know what all is left of the chocolate factory? A couple of murals on the wall of chocolate. Okay, but just chocolate. They don't show Willie or the Oompa Loompas because people ask when they were in the lobby, where did the Oompa Loompas go? They go, oh, they're on heroin. They're on heroin. So you have the Oompa Loompas now that are told to fuck off. Charlie takes a big buyout, okay, because a multinational corporation like Unilever buys the chocolate factory and they move all of the jobs offshore. Charlie gets a big penthouse and sits at the top of the penthouse and he's now evil, okay? Because he said, I need more money and more money and more. And he never even liked chocolate. That's the other thing. He didn't even like chocolate. He just liked going to orgies on a yacht in international waters. So then he's at the top of his penthouse. And he goes, let's go to the orgy. I'll take the helicopter. We'll land right on the yacht. So now he's in international waters having orgies with all of his winnings because Unilever bought the chocolate factory and shipped it to China, India, Brazil. And people call you from India and ask you if you want chocolate around Valentine's Day and they'll ship it to you because they have distribution centers in America that ship the Chinese-made chocolate to your fat wife. Okay? So now Charlie's a gazillionaire, babillionaire. He's a zillionaire. And he's flying his helicopter and landing on a yacht where he has sex with underage women and then cuts their throat at the point of orgasm and throws them over the yacht. And then they all die in the ocean, which is also pollution. And he's sitting at the top of the factory. And all of the Oompa Loompas are working at Panera and they're strung out. Okay? Follow me here. Don't start with me.
In the typical style of Trump, he likes to actually let you watch sausage being made. He's putting tariffs on the entire world. Never been done. And so it's really about making reciprocal tariffs with every country that applied these as far back as the Second World War.
Narciso Gallardo Fernandez seen shooting at the camera just moments after allegedly killing a Walgreens employee.
Going back.
I mean, she's got style.
Here's a live look at Boston, Massachusetts now as we check back in on one of our top stories, anti-Trump protests taking place across the country today after a tumultuous week, to say the least.
I showed you this video last week of this person scratching his Tesla. And like SpongeBob said here,
one day later,
thanks to everybody's help, we were able to identify them.
What has the globalist economy gotten the United States of America? And the answer is fundamentally it's based on two principles: incurring a huge amount of debt to buy things that other countries make for us. And to make it a little bit more crystal clear, we borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things that those Chinese peasants manufacture. That is not a recipe for economic prosperity. It's not a recipe for low prices, and it's not a recipe for good jobs in the United States of America. For 40 years, we have gone down that pathway. We've seen closing factories, we've seen rising inflation, we've seen the cost of housing so high that most Americans can't afford to buy a home right now. President Trump is taking this economy in a different direction. He ran on that, he promised it, and now he's delivering. And yes, this is a big change. I'm not going to shy away from it, but we needed a big change, Lawrence. We cannot keep going down the Joe Biden globalist pathway where we have $2 trillion of peacetime debt and deficits. We have manufacturing disappearing. That is not working for Americans.
Can someone explain to me? We protect and defend South Korea. And in exchange, they steal our automobile industry, they steal our electronics industry. We protect and defend Japan, and in exchange, they close their market to our cars. We protect and defend Canada, and they run up a massive trade deficit with us. We protect and defend all of Europe at a cost of trillions of dollars over time, and what do? They run an over $300 billion trade deficit with the United States. Why should America protect the world, send foreign aid to the world, defend the world, provide for the world, and in exchange, get ripped off by every other country in the world? And what do we have to show for it? The deindustrialization of the heartland, the destruction of the American dream, the eradication of our industrial and manufacturing base that we need for our national security, and the crushing of the American dream.
I am so angry at that boy. It's just not fair. That's all I have.
So what makes Trump a fascist? What makes Trump a fascist?
He does things without
Yeah, talk loud. I don't have my mic on.
I'm not really ready to interviews.
I just got paid to hold the sign.
He just does everything he wants.
It is putting in black and white what I have warned you about for years and years and years and years. And now the American people, the normies, are just now finding out what you already knew. American communism, from the street level all the way to the top, is paid for and organized. Not organic, never ever organic, never popular. Communism has never been popular. It's always lies, propaganda, all the time. Paid for, organized. But wait, there's more. There's one little extra little cherry to put on top of that sundae. It's paid for by you. That's what hurts the most.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Is it weird the magnificent?
And then the left brought us down. We got it wrong, but it's gonna turn around. And I know that the fake news just ain't real. A sleepy Joe's in his basement, I'm making China deals. Oh, can't you see me with my mega head? I'm waiting by the voting machine to stop the socialist scheme. Save the American dream.
What'd you say?
Proof that AI is not. These are the demons we like. We keep these demons. These are ones. No, but these ones.
Donald J. Trump. Go Donald J. Trump. Go Donald J. Trump. Hello, bad news, Democrats. Trump's back again. Our mega hero, make America great again. Can't you see who we have here? He's got your back 'cause he's a mega machine, making the court supreme.
Yes, Dennis Porter. It's like TRT could sing.
I have never been prouder to be an American.
I'm proud for you.
Oh man, that was incredible. It's so bad. Trump Van Halen 2028.
See, I'm a bit older, so that's the America that I grew up with.
Yeah.
Like that was the 80s America, like just like everything. Hulk Hogan, Rambo, freaking even Schwarzenegger. They turned him American. Like just everything, glossy, lots of baby oil. Diddy would be I think he got inspired by that era. Just like baby oil, yeah, of course, everything's got to have baby oil on it. What are you even American if you don't have baby oil? What's going on? And then the Crim Tear and everything else. Yeah, I mean, I've always said that. I think my grandfather had doubts about me growing up. That's why he told me about the shorts thing, because I had a Duran Duran poster up, and he was like,
"Oh, you were a Duran Duran fan."
Everyone was a Duran Duran fan at one point.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Anyone who grew up in the 80s and heard like Hungry Like a Wolf and stuff like that, everyone sang that fucking song. People like to deny it, but it's the only people who didn't were the weird goth kids who were always in The Cure and spurging out in the corner.
The hipsters.
The 80s hipsters.
It was like proto hipsters.
The worst losers all the time.
Yeah.
I like The Cure, but it's like there's one thing to like The Cure and another thing to like want to be in The Cure. Like there's a don't do that. Don't with the eyeliner stuff. What are you doing?
What's funny is that like really I don't know, really over the top machismo kind of, we call them boomer memes, but they're not. I think that's more Gen X. That's the Gen X territory, I think, is that sort of that really American bravado, sort of like really over the top and seems kind of shallow. But it's really just kind of like.
Nope. You froze. Did you freeze or I froze?
Oh man. You still there?
Oop. Uh-oh.
Back?
I've got like happy internet. I think so.
Okay.
Am I back?
It was on my end.
Is this thing on?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you. It was on my end. The stream went down. It said connection lost on my end.
I have happy internet open though, so I'll just close that the internet.
Okay. Okay, yeah, they say they hear us both. All right. As I was watching that, it was funny. I don't watch the Paul Suda videos before the stream. I react to them in real time. And it's funny because the next thing I had queued up here is very fitting. I was sitting there watching it based on the conversation we've just been having, thinking all of the people who have been seething about slop have to be just anybody who was watching that is of that mindset before we played that video, they could not keep watching. It was too much for them. I know it. I could sense their skin crawling through the chat. And
it's because you got to smuggle in the gold with the slop. Like
right.
That was wrestling, right? Pro wrestling.
Yes.
I know you're going to be talking about AA at some point, and I'm not going to do the thing I'm going to do later this week, folks. So go over check MIRONCHUCK now because I'm going to be punching some digital dicks. But he started off as a wrestling guy. He had a wrestling channel way back in the day. I learned this from Mark Claire, mighty Mark Claire, shout out. And so he should get this. It's like you smuggle in content through the slop, right? Because pro wrestling is glorified slop. It's gorgeous slop. It's the sloppiest of all slop. But there's some beautiful stuff that can be held in there, and it's just the way you present it. And it's also like pro wrestling is the most American thing. And I know other people do it, like the Japanese, all that kind of stuff, and good for them. But like, it's the most American thing ever.
Yes.
It's the whole thing is just freaking ridiculous, and
it's
beautiful
and wonderful.
It's
a distinct storytelling method. Yeah. You're like casting a vision. It's everything is a caricature, which is I read the Homath tweet on Friday where he talked about the purpose of cartoons being that they're drawn simply so that you can accentuate the things you reduce the interpretive load on it. So it's just, I'm going to draw this really simply and sort of one-dimensionally to highlight the particular features that I want you to see. That's what the really grandiose, dramatic, hyperbolic pro wrestling thing is all about. And so, and this sort of AI slop captures the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're taking, what is the idea you're wanting to convey? That America is awesome and we just jam out and have a great time, and we don't give a shit what anybody thinks of us, and we've got all of our guys in the government who are kicking ass and taking names, and we're hailing back to this bygone year that we all have fond associations with. And so you're taking that notion and you're just amping everything up to 11 and delivering it very clearly. And it's a way of it hits the animal brain. It hits the brain stem where it just gets you. And I think the revulsion to that sort of thing is, you might think, oh, this is just AI slop, it doesn't really matter. But if you're revolted by that, that means that you're revolted by that image of America.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the most American sentiments ever, and that is revolting to you. So you are performatively opting out of identifying with America. You're saying, I am not American. I don't identify with America. I want America to be not America.
Well, it's like being of the body. You know, I think a lot of Europeans get this idea that they can be aristocrats, especially when you get into the educated masses, and they forget that you know, you have to be of the body. Even Shakespeare understood this. Like it's body humor, right? You have to get to the body to reach the people. The things that you carry forward and the things that you really remember, and the stories you'll tell have to have multiple layers of connection. Because if it's you know, trying to describe high art to anyone who hasn't already seen it or who isn't up their own ass with it is pointless. It's like I was saying, like you kind of want to condense things down to a word, right? To something that's going to grab people if you can. To condense these things down. You know, I like to talk. I can do a 5-hour stream of just nonstop talking, but that's not going to hit people. It's going to hit you if I can synergize that to something and go, oh, that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the thing we can talk about, and everything else is just everything else. So I think people get lost in that, and that's what those images are. Now, you know, AI. I've just published my second talk with Emergent Perspective, our AI Congress Part 2 conversations, now up on Substack, and I'll get it up on Spotify and other places as well. Of course, we're talking about the uses of AI in government and unloading it into the military and all those other fine things, which presents itself a whole bunch of different questions, plus, minuses, all that kind of stuff. But we're here. Like, we got to have these conversations now, because quite often, and what we're seeing more and more, which I find disconcerting, is that a lot of these conversations are being had for us. So when you talk about digital IDs, the conversation isn't should we have digital IDs. It's more like, which digital IDs are we going to have?
Yes.
We've already passed that point of should. Like, we never had the should. We're now into which one. Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm trying to prepare people for. Is like, this is coming. It's not up to debate, but at least be aware of it. So when it starts affecting you, you're not like, whoa, where did this come from? It's like, there's definite signs, and they're moving you along. So
that's that thing you're identifying there, where it's like you can take that concept and transplant it to a bunch of different concepts. So the question isn't are we going to have a digital ID or not? The question is, which digital ID are we going to have? Similarly, and this is something we'll get into later in the show here, is the question is not should the established global monetary trade order remain the same or change. The question is, what is it going to change to? It's not going to remain the same anymore. There's going to be a change. And the question is, what is it going to change to? And what are the consequences? What are the available options? And what are the downstream consequences of each of those available options? And then what does each individual player, whether individually or collectively, what tools do they have at their disposal to craft whatever the change is going to look like? We got...
I've been spending a lot of time watching these debates, especially with Jim Bob, Andrew Wilson, and a few others in that orbit. And what they've been really concentrating on, which I've been kind of had my own opinions about debates, but I think right now nominalism and subjectivity is going up on trial. And one of the key factors of that is this: they're wrecking people with is-ought claims, like simple is-ought claims. Like, okay, you can't derive an ought from this is, or from your moral structure, you can't do this. Like, you can, if everything's subjective, then my position is it's just as valid as yours, and you still have to contend with that. And that's wrecking things. Like they're just totally getting wrecking secular humanists, atheists, like all those old schools are they can't contend with it. So it's an interesting time to be alive, especially in the discussion phases, which is what we do, right? We talk.
Yeah,
so
we're in a liminal space.
We think big things.
So there's the European cannot comprehend this. That was the European mind cannot comprehend this. Was that what I was thinking the whole time that the Paul Suda clip was playing? Shout out to Paul Suda. Go follow him, Paul_Suda. And it just so happened that the very next thing that I had, the next tab, was this one. Have you seen this video?
I don't think so.
So in Britain, you guys drive on the left side of the street? That sure is peculiar, huh?
Well, at least our schools are not a shooting gallery, mate!
So what you call chips, we call French fries. Wow, that is wild.
Funny you would say that, coming from the guy whose children are getting slaughtered in school.
What do you call cigarettes? Ooh, we couldn't use that word for cigarettes. No, that wouldn't really fly here.
Laugh it up! At least our schools are not like the Call of Duty video game where people are being shot to death with guns.
I think people are going to start. I think people are going to start accusing us of hating Europeans. And I can say for myself, I don't hate Europeans. I actually love Europeans. I love Europe. I love visiting Europe. I love it's not my people, but I have a connection to them that I can't sever that connection. But I also feel like I recognize the differences between us in a way that they don't. Like, Europeans seem to fundamentally see Americans as defective Europeans when we're not. We're Americans. We're not. There's nothing defective about us. We are what we are.
Well, again, I think it's all about classism in the end of the day. Like, I grew up in a European working class, a lot of first/second generation European working class neighborhood in Montreal, right? All very blue collar, all kind of stuff. So those guys are not the people I have an issue with. It's my issue is with anyone who suddenly gets a little degree from Oxford and then starts taking errors. It's like, okay, look, man, sure, you're better than me. You're smarter than me. You're better. You got more money. You're all the things, right? You got a full set of teeth. You're amazing. Bow down. Great, amazing. Okay, then, Mr. Better Than Me, how are you freaking wrong about everything when it comes down to anything substantial other than like tea and biscuits, you dipshit? Like, what are we talking about here? And you see their analysis, and you're like, yeah, wrong. What is this? Like, and it's a pandemic, and especially in the Anglosphere. Like, I can't watch Lotus Eaters anymore. It's the most crayon eating level analysis. It's as bad as Tim Pool, just with a more sophisticated accent. They're just they take something. You're like, okay, how many times you're going to talk about this? How many times is Carl Benjamin going, England has fallen? I'm like, why aren't you doing something? Like, do something, organize, do so. Oh, well, we're going to vote for reform. Like, oh, sure. They're arresting people. Hey, man, you're in Europe, right? That same continent that's just arresting political opponents. They did it in France, did it in Romania, did it in a whole bunch of other places. Why wouldn't you think they would do it in the UK? Maybe that's why, what's his name? From Reform, Ferguson or whatever his name is, Tony something. Maybe that's how insignificant he is. I don't even know his name. Maybe that's why he's playing coy, because he's like, I don't want to go to jail. Like, what are you talking about? It's the same dumb shit in Canada. Pierre Poulevev, he's gonna do something. Like, what? What's he gonna do?
Right? Yeah. This is the narrative was like, oh, well, Trump stepped on his dick because he could have had a compliant Polyev government, but instead he's going to have a hostile Mark Carney government. This was a completely unforced. And I'm like, what gives you the impression that there's a meaningful difference between the two? Like, what I can tell from here that if you think, oh, well, it would have been better, Trump would have been better off having Polyev in there because what yada 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 yada. You're like, he would have been better having Mitt Romney there. This is like Canadians and Europeans are in like the 2012 political world, and they think that these sort of milquetoast kind of whatever in American terms like Republican light establishment Republican type guys are some sort of substantive difference, and they're not. In fact, it's actually much better to have the literal European banker as the prime minister, because that makes it clear what's going on here. This isn't some man of the people. This is the delegated envoy of the European elite class coming over here to try to rescue their project.
Mm-hmm.
It's abundantly obvious exactly what's happening. This is what I was when I was listening to the Paul Suda thing, and he was talking to he played the clip of JD Vance talking about what globalism has done for Americans. And then segueing in with Jesse Kelly talking about how this, like the communism is funded by you. It's completely artificial. It's completely fake, and it's funded by you. And the thought occurred to me that communism isn't an ideology; it's an industry. It's an industry with roots in Europe. It is a European industry. It's a network of so-called public and private institutions that graft themselves onto various different apparatuses within a society, and then say basically whatever they need to say to try to bend that apparatus toward them so that they can play arbitrage games off of structural inefficiencies. They create the structural inefficiency using the messaging apparatus, and then they capitalize on that to skim off a VIG. This is the industry of communism. It's not just an ideology. It doesn't matter what you believe. You can frame any sort of thing into communism, because communism doesn't, the content of it doesn't matter. The function of it is what matters. What matters is it's an industry, and that industry is not rooted in the United States. That industry has infiltrated the United States. It's been exported into the United States. We imported it, but it was not born here. It doesn't live here. It's a parasite on a host here.
For as long as we've been alive, the American spirit has been based on the idea of American excellence, which is basically just code word for competency, right? High degrees of competency, work hard, get rewarded, right? So you apply your human capital to good work, and you will get all the good things that come from that good work, right? That's been the big attraction. That's the marketing plan. People can argue about it, but that's how it's received. Communism is about anti-capitalism, right? So anti-capitalist movements. Well, if we go from Nick Land's definition of capital, what is it? It's like capital is a byproduct of human competency. So what is communism really? It's a gatekeep on competency. Why? Because it attracts the most incompetent fucking people who are scared of competent people. You can see it in the workplace. Oftentimes when you get into a place that's heavily socialized or has a lot of women in it, by the way, this always happens. This is also part of the reason why I'm unemployed right now. But you walk in there, if you apply competency, you have two options. There's two things that can happen. Either everyone goes, "Wow, that person's amazing," and you get elevated, right? That's the idea you have in your head. Welcome to 2025, where you walk in and you're amazing, and they go, "Wow, we got to get rid of that person because that person's making us look really bad." Because all of a sudden he's pulling off stuff and producing numbers that we can't do. Not that we're unwilling to do or we're too lazy to do. It's like, no, they can't. They're incapable of doing those things. So it basically is making everyone who's even mildly competent hide their power levels, so that the most incompetent people who get to these positions where they get to gatekeep gets to go, which competency people will get to use from, where they're going to get applied to make themselves look good. We saw this in the Soviet Union. That's why it collapsed. We saw this happening in many other communist countries that are pure communism. That's why they collapse. You can't have it. You can't have incompetent people run the show for very long until everything starts to fall apart.
And the reason that communists would select for incompetent people is because, generally speaking, competency and agency correlate. So if you get low competent people, you're also getting low agency people. So low competency equals low agency. Low agency means they're easily purchased. They're easily subsumed into the industry. You can buy them out and they now work for you. And this has always been, like, don't get it twisted. Communism has never been the ideology of the working class or the lower class. It's always been about open hostility for the lower classes. It's an aristocratic industry. It's an industry that was conceived of and birthed and implemented and controlled by aristocratic interests.
Mm-hmm.
And they sell lies about the poor people because that's what will sell within the system as it is constructed right now. They're weaponizing the, you might say, like, the sentiments contained within the Constitution about all men being created equal. They're weaponizing that sentiment so that they can spread their industry. And this industry is it has its origin points, but it's transnational in its nature. It doesn't have borders on it. And this is the ideology, or the industry, you would say, that actually constitutes the present empire, that brands itself as American, even though it did not come from America. It does not exist for the interests of Americans, and it is actively hollowing out and destroying America. But it has America on the sign. So everyone says, oh, well, this is America. And this is part of the shell game to enable the proliferation of the industry. Because if you came out and said up front, we want to create this industry that is predicated upon creating structural inefficiencies in every single economic system and then chaining them all together, bogging them down in debt, scraping off a VIG, playing arbitrage games, and then ultimately taking over everything and forcing it to collapse so that we can reconstitute it in our image. If you actually said, this is our sales pitch, this is the service that we're offering, nobody would buy it. So it has to wrap itself in American trappings to try to be marketable. So I haven't been able to watch the news like super closely today. I've been busy working, and I was up all night, so I was sleeping part of the day. But I did see that there was this report that came out. Some random guy said that Trump is considering a 90-day pause on the tariffs to negotiate things with people. And almost immediately, the stock market absolutely spiked. The way this guy summarized it here on Twitter is, this is 0xmert_. So basically, guy reported fake news. All of world finance aped the news and added $2.5 trillion to the market. The news is fake, so everyone dumped. So basically, finance is just meme coins with suits. And all of this happening like this is proving the point of the Trump administration. Their entire premise is being proven with something like this. All of that wealth in the stock market is fake. It's completely fickle. It's just been a haven for all of the money, all of the government printing that's been done has to go somewhere. And so it's people gambling on stocks. And so they're like, oh, things look questionable in the future. All right, everybody get out. And then it's, oh, actually, things are going to be sort of the same for 90 days. Okay, everybody back in again. And then, oh, no, actually, that was true. Okay, everybody back out again. This is fake money. There is nothing fundamental or essential about any of this. This is all, like, I don't know, probably 20% at least of the stock market right now is total froth. It's total fakery.
There's actually a term for it. It's called pump and dump.
Yes.
And everyone uses it. They go, oh, they hear the term. They go, oh, yeah. Oh, this is what I've been learning over the last 6 months. I knew it, but sometimes you know something and then you're like, oh, now I really know, I've experienced it, where you actually tell someone something and they go, uh-huh. And you go, so you understand it, right? And they go, uh-huh. And you go,
like
okay,
SpongeBob meme. Yeah.
Right. So you're going to apply this now. Uh-huh. And you literally turn around and 5 minutes later, there's posting something. You're like, you don't understand a word I said. Like, what yeah. Where do we have to? I got the whiteboard out. Where'd I lose you, slow boy? Like, was it?
You know what's funny is that crypto and meme coins have this really bad reputation for being scammy and unstable and pump and dump and all of that. And then, but the stock market, the stock market is the dependable, reliable, serious. That's for the professionals. That's
GDP goes up.
Yeah, right. What is going to happen, I think, over the next couple of years as we navigate through this tumultuous period is crypto and meme coins broadly are going to be much more normalized and mainstreamed. And the stock market is going to be much more marginalized and less mainstreamed. And so they're going to basically meet in the middle. This is where the stock market and crypto meme coins and stuff are going to be effectively part of the same market.
Like, I'm not an economic person at all, but like even after 2008, I realized that the stock market is bullshit. And basing your economic forecast off the stock market is essentially going, well, what's going on in Vegas? What was the take in Vegas this weekend? Well, I guess that's the economic strength of the country, right? Because I mean, look at that number. It went up. Oh, it's so impressive. Maybe we should talk about this for a second. Is economic depth, right? The depth of the markets is really, again, and this is something that Stormy mentioned in Tales of the Shadow Empire. Go buy your copy. Go over to Gumroad. We'll put links in the description below. I'm sure Matt will help me out with that. He mentioned this, and I think people kind of gloss over it. Again, that's another term that everyone hears about, and everyone goes, and then no one understands. So a depth of the market, I like to use the entertainment market because that's something that people can kind of understand. If we look at, let's say, India, we can go to India's, entertainment portion of their GDP, and whatever that number is, million, billion, poopies, whatever their currency is, and you go, wow, that's impressive. Well, we should just do that, right? Export more of that. Except that you can't export Indian entertainment to anywhere else that doesn't have an Indian population, because no one gives a crap about Bollywood. They only watch and listen to these things to make funny memes out of. That's it. That's the only other use for it. Whereas America sells Hollywood, just as one point of reference. Video games. I mean, I'm sure, yeah, look, Japan and all that stuff. That's cool. Yeah, well, America's basically create video games. Like, the market for video games is substantiated in America. And we can go down the list. Music, everything else. So America doesn't just export, items within the category of, let's say, entertainment. America exports markets. The concept of the market is exported and is substantiated by America. It wouldn't matter. Okay, so if America wasn't exporting the concept of movies would still be around. Sure, they call it cinema, probably in England, because for the erudites, but it'd be local. It'd be local and domestic. Same thing with TV and sports and all the rest of it. It would just be the domestic product. It wouldn't have international markets for that thing. America can sell basketball to Chinese people. They hate black people.
They have basketball leagues. They hate black people, and they're really short. Yeah. And they have basketball leagues. Yeah, right. This is you're touching on something we'll get to here in just a few minutes.
Sorry, I didn't want to skip ahead, but I think it's a good.
Yeah, that's perfect, because it's this is so let's talk a little bit of the generational impact of these sorts of things and the relationship to this of our guys. This is just one of many different types of memes like this that are expressing this sentiment. This is Gen Z's reaction to the stock market losing $5 trillion in the last 48 hours. What's that prediction that you made, Jason, about something about a sun and vengeance? Yeah.
Total violence is not going to just be kinetic.
Man, you're really good at these predictions.
Well, I'll call them providential, right? They're not, they're a little bit beyond that, but at the same time, it's like, I don't make many, and I don't, if you'll notice on even my Twitter feed, or my X feed, whatever, I don't talk a lot. Like I'll make comments and I'll do little things, but I don't really make a lot of big splash out things because I'm usually thinking about it and I'm examining it and I spend my time with it. I don't just like shoot from the hip going, right? Like it's like, no, applying a metric and then we can learn. I should sell a course. That'll be it.
Yeah.
How to infuse memetics into your everyday life and just into media memetics. And you can just see it and you just track it and you go, okay, you apply a few Girardian memetics tools and you go, and just common sense and maybe a little bit of Orthodox Christianity and some Pajot, and then it's like, oh, well, that's obvious. That's everyone's saying this. They all want this. Therefore, they're gonna do it. And the game stonks thing revealed that first initial volley of Vengeful Sun, where it's like, no, we want to hurt them. We don't want to just we don't care about making money from these people. We don't care about becoming the new stockbrokers or anything of that or replacing them. No, we want to hurt them.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they create this stock market, and then everything must bend to the will of the stock market because that's the thing that they sold to the previous generations. Got to get everybody bought into the stock market. Everyone needs to revolve around the stock market. Your whole future depends upon the stock market. That way, we have securitized assets that anybody in the world can buy. So we can go into debt with everybody else so that they can come buy our assets up. So they can come own our assets. And now we have the rest of the world completely intertwined economically with the older generation of Americans. It wasn't the older generation at the time. It was the current generation, the present generation. But as things go on, older and older, the older generation has their future bound up in the stock market, as you can see by this graph right here, corporate equities and mutual fund shares by generation. Look at the blue. This is baby boomers. The silence, there's still silence holding on up here. That's almost, what is that? Almost 25% of corporate equities and mutual fund shares are still held by the silent generation. And then you've got, what is this? This is like 76, so about 50%. So 25% of corporate equities and mutual fund share are held by the silent generation. 50% is held by boomers. So boomers and silents collectively hold 75% of corporate equities and mutual fund shares. Gen X holds, I don't know, what is this, 22%? And then know what it says down here. Generations are defined by birth year as follows. It gives the birth years. Millennial is 1981 or later. So that means this tiny little dark gray sliver down here isn't just millennials. That's millennials and Zoomers. That's every generation born or every person born after 1981, between 1981 and 2025. This is freezing the economic system in place. This is becoming completely rigid and inflexible. It's a death sentence. There's no way that you can survive, and its self-destruction is baked into it. It's like definitionally a ticking time bomb that's designed to explode at some point. And the goal is just the people who make it explode will be the ones who benefit from the explosion because they can act to respond to it faster than anybody else does because they're the ones who know when it comes.
The data point that really did it for me was when I started looking into bankruptcy numbers, specifically in Germany.
Yes.
The big move is about deindustrializing Germany. And they're not just deindustrializing; they're completely tanking entire segments of their economy, to the point where, and I mentioned this in private some private messages. I'm like, I think it's going to happen in Germany. The tip over is going to happen in Germany, because, and about a month after I made that statement, and I have an episode if people want to. I think it's in the members. It's Germany's economy is kaput, where I detail it, and that was right when they shut down a major chemical plant that had been around for over 100 years, just went into remission. And that one plant was essentially like the cornerstone of German chemical productions for a whole slew of chemicals. And it's just gone now. And it's like, and that was in one central town. I'm like, you understand that town is built up around, we used to have towns built up around churches. And in the industrial area age, you had towns that were built up around factories. That whole town is toast because its entire economy is based around that plant. That plant's gone. Well, I guess that town's gone. And about a month or a few weeks after I made that statement, all of a sudden China moves in and is buying up the entire German automotive industry, all of it. Like, we're not just talking like just Volkswagen, like Audi, all of it is all gone. Like, there is no more. Again, I don't know how. I'll put it on the whiteboard. Okay, here's what here's the German ownership of the German auto industry right now. Zero. It's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. It only exists in China because China's owned it. And maybe they'll keep some plants open, and maybe they'll keep employing some German engineers, the ones who want to move over and probably take a pay cut. The rest of them are all screwed. What do you do with that? And then you say, okay, so bankruptcy rates are going up. Corporate bankruptcy rates are reaching insane levels in just Germany. Well, what's connected to corporate bankruptcy rates? Well, insurance. Because what all these major companies have, they have bankruptcy insurance. And what a lot of the employees have, well, they have insurance as well, probably workers' insurance or different kinds of unemployment insurance, all that stuff. That all ticks up. So what happens to the insurance markets? Well, they start leveraging. And then you have the reinsurer markers that they start leveraging, and again and again and again and again and again and again. So suddenly now you have this cascade failure. And when, again, things we detailed in Tales, and I'm sure it's been on Pete's channel, has been great with this as well, and follow Tom Longo because he's been screaming this from the mountaintops longer than I have. So again, I only take a very small little bit of credit on this. And of course, Matt, you've been doing this as well. So like, there's lots of us who've been screaming this at people that, like, once you start to see a little bit of it, you understand the whole cascade failure. And it's like, it was part of the plan, because even as Tommy Salmons was talking about with his work on ESG, and you look into, Project 2030 and Build Back Better and all that stuff, that's all part of it. So you see the mechanisms. And you see what they were going to do, and what I think still has to happen in many cases, because now the European press, God bless them, and we'll probably talk about this with Jim Jodress tomorrow on my channel, is reindustrialization. Well.
Remember how I said after the election that the only hope that the Democrats had was pivoting and embracing Trumpism and saying, we do it better. So taking Trumpism and doubling down on it, saying we do it better. And the Democrats are simply a proxy for these old world powers that you're describing. So they're doing the exact same thing. The only thing that they can do is publicly counter signal Trump while privately mirroring him. That's all that they can do. They are bound.
Which is the worst tactic.
Yes.
The worst tactic in the world.
Yes.
Right now, you'd be much better to get with the program and then wait, right? Like, give it a bit of time. Let it cook. Because there's going to be mistakes. There's going to be stuff that you can go, right? Yeah, sure. We were on board, but this one, not so much, right? Look, I haven't even told you the big one prediction. We're going to be in a major war starting in 2028. Between 2028 and 2030, expect either a global war, like a actual real big World War III kind of war, or and I was saying this in the chat yesterday, and someone pointed out, which I think is actually a good call. It might be multiple smaller, more regional wars that will happen
a global
across the
incidence
globe.
of regional wars.
Right, and this is based on predictions by Saint Paesos and many other Orthodox saints and monks over in Cyprus. I know people might roll their eyes at that, but these guys also predicted COVID.
Yes.
Down to the year. Down to the year, down to inoculations, down to everything. Pinpoint. It
turns out if you spend your entire life praying, you develop the gift of prophecy.
Right.
In some cases, at least.
In some cases. So, you at least pay attention.
That model is actually very interesting because I'm seeing this everywhere now. The like the difference between a global war and a global incidence of local wars. So you have this global phenomenon, but it's being expressed locally, versus like local phenomena being exported globally. There's like an inversion that has happened here. And this is happening at the micro level within, you could say micro level within, say, the stock market, where going forward, you're going to have, we've spent the last however many decades completely centralizing everything, whether it's politically or economically or equities, debt, everything is getting centralized more and more. Barriers are being broken down. This is leftism. This is the creeping tide of leftism. Borders being destroyed.
The smothering mother.
Yes.
Draw them onto me,
Everything.
and we'll push it down.
Yes.
Right?
And what's happened is we've
protect you from
now.
that big bad world, right?
Yes.
We're going to protect you the big bad world by smothering you, right?
Yes. And now we've inverted. So what's the trajectory we're on now is, say, for the stock market going forward, it's going to be less relevant what the stock market is doing, and it's going to be more relevant what individual stocks are doing. We're trade, and in terms of trade, we're going from this like basically bilateral world where it's like the United States versus everyone else, to a multilateral world where instead of having these great grand trade agreements that accumulate everybody into the same pool, it's going to be a lot of like bilateral direct agreements with individual one-off nations. So you're seeing this pattern. If you notice this, you start following it, you're going to see it everywhere. That breakdown from the great oneness, pull everything into a great big gushy mashed up oneness, to the inversion of that being a like a big circle with a bunch of little individual units within it, as opposed to the one unit that is a big circle.
I would say it's more of a direct reaction. So again, we go from the, let's say, and this is following my vengeful son analogy, is that you go from the tyrannical father of the early 20th century, right? So it's all boom and busts, golden ages, followed by crisis that leads to another golden age. World War II gets us to the 1920s, big, chicken in every pot kind of thing, leads us to the Great Depression, getting out of the Great Depression into World War II, leads us to another golden age. This is the pattern of Saturn, right? And Saturn worship and all those kind of cultism was very much alive at that time, like prominent. That leads us into that reaction of the devouring mother, right? So all of a sudden, it's a revolution that started in the office of the father. Now it's the inversion of the office of the mother. So it's inverting that divine mother into the devouring mother. Again, bring them all to me. My children are suffering. I'll bring them to me. I'll protect you against the big bad mans. And as I do that, I will slowly drown you. I will kill you with my suffering love. The reaction to that, of course, now is the vengeful son, who's basically that youthful. It's the revolution of the child, the office of the child, and the child doesn't have to mean literally kids, although we're going to see that directly. I think a lot of the younger, this is a Charles Padil comment, but the real revolution now is going to be a Gen X head on a Gen Z body. And I think hell hath no fury as an iconoclast scorned. So they're going to go to town and start tearing things down. And that as that spirit gets into everything, as I predicted, we are going to see an age of total violence for about 60 years. And the ramifications of that, so again, we can look back fondly on the turn of the century for those first 60 years, but a lot of horrible things were going on. Mass human sacrifice, like even in America. The world wars were devastating. Like they emptied out entire towns of men. One of the reasons why you have a lot of weak men, and it's sort of like bad modeling for men, is that most young men, they didn't. Yeah, all the good ones died, or a lot of boys didn't grow up with their actual fathers. That's a problem.
Yep.
Leads to that reaction of the devouring mother. We can go through civil rights and all these other things, and we can say, hey, there's some great things that came out of it. Internet and all your little toys and all that stuff. And isn't it great? Yeah, sure. But can you look at the longhouse? Look at all deleterious effects. Look at, OnlyFans and all these other things. That gives you the reaction of the vengeful son. And everyone's going, yeah, it's going to be great. We're going to take control. We're going to do that thing. And like, yeah, just like the last 120 years when this thing starts. And everyone goes, it's amazing. And like, watch out.
Yeah,
it's gonna
like
feel
if
good.
you'd have said, if you were to run the alternate reality of Jason and I sitting having a podcast, which I guess would have been like, I don't know, us sitting on our porch talking to each other in 1945, and we were predicting what the next, say, 80 years was going to be like, there's a couple of ways you could tell that story. You could say it's going to be an era of just unfathomable growth and discovery and innovation, and you're going to have these insane technologies that allow you to sit and talk on your porch, except you're in Australia and I'm in Texas, and you could tell that story, or you could tell the story of it's going to be an age of increasingly the increased destruction of borders and the smothering mother effect, where you're now you're taking all of the great, maybe you might use the word diversity or uniqueness, and you're starting to mash everything together into a big undifferentiated mess and baking in a bunch of systemic flaws and everything, and it's going to gradually smother everyone to death. That would have been the story going into this age of the devouring mother. And now you're casting this, so again, 60 to 80 years ahead. This new age is going to be defined, instead of being this increasing, smothering, dissolving, drowning pressure. It's going to be an age of explosive, chaotic. It's the inverse of it. So think of anything that's dissolving. So it's going to be rigidifying. And so there's going to be conflict, there's going to be explosion, there's going to be chaos, there's going to be sudden rapid changes, as opposed to this calcifying of everything, where everything is getting locked into place. It's going to be dynamic. I want to highlight this real quick while I have it on the screen. Corey Flanagan said, send the German engineers to the US. And we were talking about this months ago when the whole hullabaloo was going on about immigrants, and members of the Trump administration were talking about needing to be able to import the top 1% of engineers. And everyone just said, oh, see, they want infinity Pajeets in the country. And Jason and I both, I don't remember if we talked about this publicly, but privately, we were like, I think that they're getting ready to start absorbing the outrush or the outflow from Europe. When the European economies start to collapse, there's going to be a bunch of European engineers and software developers and various different industrial talent stacks that are going to be looking for a place to go, and we need to make sure that we can take advantage of that particular market inefficiency. Then I want to get a couple super chats here from Dietzel. $5 here. He says, shout out to all the Chads who've been listening to Tom and Stormy and Pete the last year and are loving this market right now. Let's go. Thank you, sir. And I'm going to have something to respond to that with here in just a sec after I read your second super chat, also $5. He says, if bringing back manufacturing and prioritizing the American worker causes a stock market crash, it tells you everything you need to know about the status quo. Indeed. That's very insightful. That's exactly the case. So speaking of our guys being on the cutting edge of a lot of this stuff, a couple nested conversations here. So there's a couple thoughts from John Carter, Martian word lord. He quote tweets a tweet that's a screenshot of more tweets. You have this guy here who says, I have no 401k. You think I or my friends give a fuck? We voted for a cleansing fire to burn it all down. We know we can rebuild, for our ancestors built this, but our enemies rely on the infrastructure as it is. Burn it and they crumble. And someone replies, you're a loser, man. You're going to get poor and anger and nothing in your life will actually improve. And he says, okay, so if nothing will improve as it is, I will happily see it all reduced to charcoal. And Gigglypuff says, perfect summary of the online MAGA base. I have no money, job, loved ones, or purpose. I'm miserable, and I want you to be miserable with me. John Carter says, wow, yeah, that's crazy. I guess the left shouldn't have created all those embittered, dispossessed young men then, huh? Yes, this is what happens. This is, you could make a completely secular humanist case for why you do not want to disenfranchise young men. You don't have to make this from a moral case. You could do this entirely pragmatically. You do not want to disenfranchise an entire generation of young men because they are weapons of mass destruction walking around your society. And when they all get activated at the same time, shit goes haywire. And someone replied, this sounds very similar to the Occupy movement, to be honest, which is a very interesting observation. John says it's kind of wild how much the dissident right resembles a digital Occupy. Leaderless swarm structure, exerts political power via culture jamming. All the good ideas come from white guys. I don't know about that. Completely ideologically incoherent. Absolutely fucking despises the financial sector. Anti-elitist, anti-globalist, anti-Fed, populist, and mainly organizes on Twitter. Main differences, aside from being more purely online, are that it doesn't operate on consensus. I don't know about that. And insulated itself from establishment infiltration by making itself irredeemably unpalatable to the academic left. It's like Occupy got imperfectly nuked by antibiotics or antibiotics, went into remission, and then mutated into a new, hardier, more virulent strain. That sentence, that got me. Like, took Occupy Wall Street. So Occupy Wall Street being a vertical of international communism, the industry a little bit ago, Occupy Wall Street, there was nothing that was organic about that. This was an entirely astroturfed, made to appear as if this was a populist uprising of the people. And there were people involved in it who genuinely thought that that's what they were doing, but they were being played. Meanwhile, so they sort of put these things into the zeitgeist, and then gets nuked by antibiotics, goes into remission, and then mutates into a new, hardier, more virulent strain. So ultimately, Occupy Wall Street was, because it was fake, it was just a bunch of fags, and they just kind of drifted off into other stuff and never actually went anywhere. Bernie picked up a lot of that contingent, and then when Bernie cucked out, then Trump absorbed the most of the rest of it. And now, 10, 15 years hence, the younger generations are so much more desperate and worse off than they were at the Occupy time. Plus, you have the introduction of X and then Elon purchasing X, and this new thing that we've called the dissident right or whatever it is begins proliferating and it's picked up a lot of that energy.
I'll push back a little bit. I kind of agree with Mano. He just did a talk a few days ago, and he mentioned Occupy, and it's very similar ideas that I had. I think you're right in that it did get infiltrated and did become astroturfed and became a weapon. But I think the first, I don't know, 2 weeks or whatever time frame, I had to go back and look at it, I think there was an initial, like, actually organic moment with Occupy, and it rattled them. It rattled the system. And their response was, because almost immediately after Occupy kind of died down, what was the first thing that happened? Intersectional politics.
Mm-hmm. And
almost immediately.
And race war.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. And so they had it primed because it was in the universities and stuff like that. But I think that was the moment when they said, now we go live with it.
Right.
And we increase resentment and fractions between little groups. This is a very British thing, by the way. So, and we start to divide, and we conquer through division, and they just ran that number. And I think that is because they did get that moment where, like, okay, the NATO's getting restless. They actually saw behind the curtain for a second. Everyone got really upset by this financial crisis and it wasn't even just, I think, the money. It was awareness that you just got lied to. That the way that this thing is supposed to work isn't work. It doesn't work the way that they told you. And as we know now, that a lot of that stuff, even their explanations were all BS. And I think it's like, when you sniff out a lie, and you don't know it's a lie yet. You have no reason to think it's an actual lie, but you kind of know it's a lie. You're like, that's dishonest. I don't know what that is, but that's going to bug me. And I think that's what happened on a cultural level, is everyone kind of got a little bit of that lie and they spat it out. It's like it happened with COVID. It happened with lockdowns and stuff like that. Even people had to convince themselves, and you see how crazy they went, because the more they had to ingest the lie to live with it, that internal lie made them just have to, like, little tiny things would spur them out. And it's like, why are you so upset? Like, why are you so mad? Like, I said hi, and you're like, like, what's going on? It's like that lie is bugging you, because ultimately, especially for Westerners, we're haunted by the cross. Even if you're an atheist, it's still there, it's still behind you, it's still judging you, and you're judging yourself by it.
if you think about this idea of communism as industry, communism as big business, then what they were doing is they recognized a sudden threat to their market share, and so they bought out their competition effectively. They sold a poison pill to their competition. They said, no, actually, you're coming after our business model, but the problem is actually this other thing. The problem is, intersectionalism and racism and such things. And in so doing, we're basically able to execute kind of like a leveraged buyout of their opposition and then absorb them into the board. Because ultimately, this is the spirit. This is the animating spirit, which is everything must be absorbed into the board. There was something that Ryan Isaacs said up here that he was picking up part of what I was laying down, even though I was speaking in very abstract terms. He says, fractally, don't we need something that is one and many? I know you're saying we're moving to many, but it'll fail because of it. Right. And right. Yes. This tension between the one and the many. So the smothering mother is the taking many and turning it into one. It's the progression from many to one. The vengeful son is the progression from one to many. We are now going to start going after that oneness, that one thing, the big blob, and we're going to start hacking off chunks of it. We're just going to keep hacking at it and chipping away, lighting it on fire, doing whatever we need to destroy it and break it and fragment it back out into pieces, so that because we can't get in. We can't get into this fortress that's been created, and it's that fortress is subsuming everything else. The only way we get in is by being subsumed. We don't want to be subsumed, so we're going to go to war with it and begin breaking it up into many again. Mm-hmm. Now, what I can tell you is that probably in about, I don't know, maybe 80 years or so, we're going to get an inversion again. We're going to get 80 years of progressing from the one to the many, and then we're going to get another flip, and then we're going to get a progression from the many to the one again. And you can think of this as like on the like species level, this is breathing. It's inhalation and exhalation, and inhalation and exhalation, in and out, and in and out. There's like this pulsing thing, and this is another thing that if you start thinking in this way, you'll notice this pattern all throughout reality, all throughout the structure of the universe, the human species. This pattern exists everywhere. This is part of being human, which, incidentally, or maybe not, is this was the thought. This was what led me to the church, recognizing the church as not the synthesis of one and many, because that's what the secularists attempt to do. The secularists observe this problem and they say we need to synthesize one and many, but one and many necessarily cannot be synthesized. They have to be transcended, and it is Christ who transcends the one and the many.
Well, also, I mean, Christ says he comes with a sword to divide families, right? Mm-hmm. He's going to divide parents from children, basically saying, from believers and non-believers, from the old ways to the new ways, right? But in that division, you're made whole in the church.
Yes.
So those who are unified in the church are made whole again. So all your divisions, I was even thinking about this in terms of kind of breaking it down between, let's say, right wing, left wing. If we say that right wingers or traditionalists like to do things, they like to manifest, they like to have the physical thing, whereas left wingers like to imbue, they like to become the thing. Well, in the church, you have both. You have the icons and you have the Eucharist, mm-hmm. right? And both parts are partaking. You are still partaking. So no matter where you are in the spectrum, you're made whole by both people, both imbuing and the objectification, the externalization of the thing itself, right? Mm-hmm. So those two things are made whole in the church. That's again, that breathing. It's like but you're breathing within the church. The church becomes a breath. Mm-hmm. And even we can take that analogy even further, but I think that does it.
And then you think that breath, that breathing action. It's not a coincidence that the Holy Spirit is described as in such terms, and Christ is the Logos. He is the Word. The Word. What is a word? A word is something that is spoken. It's when it's spoken that there's breath contained there. So you get the breath, and you get the word, and you get the idea, all contained in one. There's your little Trinity.
Don't maybe break out the whiteboard.
Okay, we got a lot more to get through, so let's keep it going. What is your answer to this question? I mean, I have my own thoughts. But FedSpeak said, why do we want to manufacture microwaves and toasters in the United States? The year is 2025. And Roman Helmet Guy says, because it's far easier to turn a toaster factory into a drone factory than to do the same with an accounting office. And Super Trucker says, why do right-wing shitpost accounts have a better grasp of the stakes involved here than the experts? What's your take?
Yeah, I mean, I just think there's people who came through the long flu and learned some lessons about vulnerabilities and how exposed they are to those vulnerabilities, and other people who are just like la 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 la, it's fine. And the people who are doing that thing, the other thing, are not going to make it. Like, they shut down shipping for a year. I'm going to pause on that. They shut down international shipping for like a year and a half. People didn't get things. remember the toilet paper panic?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know what would have solved the toilet paper panic? Having a toilet paper factory in your town, you idiot. Like, what don't you get? During that time period, everyone's like, wait, we have our medicine, our pharmaceutical companies are in China. Oh, well, we can't do business with China because everything's locked down, and they locked down their factory, so we can't get our diabetes medication because it's all made in China. Well, that's freaking stupid, isn't it? Yeah. Crayons, eat one. Go ahead. I dare you. You put it up your nose, you idiot. Like,
I love how you have a crayon right there with you as a
I have a 4-year-old. I have crayons everywhere. I'm probably sitting on one. That's why I'm irritated. But it's just like,
poking you right in the
what don't you get? Did you learn nothing?
Yeah, right.
I'm going to put some whiteboards around people's necks and just have them walk around with it. It's like, I'm stupid. Like, what is wrong with you? Yes, of course it's better to have manufacturing in your country for at least the staples. Like, I don't know, food, idiots. Like, what are you talking about? Like, yes, you should have your food and your cancer medications and, whatever else, your dildo factories or whatever the hell you like, whatever your other essentials of your life that you want to add to the list. Yeah, have one of those too. Yeah, have toasters, you dipshit. Because if they lock down the world again, which could happen, right? Or other things happen, like a war, or I don't know, the bond market collapsing. Gee, you kind of want to have those things close at hand, and not have to go, hey, China, they're not picking up the phone because they locked down the phones or something. Like, this is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yes, it was dumb in the first place. We were sold on false premises that war was over, end of history. Hey, everything's gonna be great, right? Everyone's gonna get along, and no one's ever gonna go to war again because everyone has too much trade in other places, so we'll never have wars again. And then they had wars again, and we're like, oh, okay, well, I guess that's like, they went to war with Russia, who supplies energy to half the freaking world. Europe shut down all energy supplies with Russia, and they're like, geez, the energy prices have gotten really high. You think? Crayons, eat them, please. You freaking look, it's yellow. It's probably tastes like lemons. You freaking morons. Yes. Have domestic supplies of these things. They're important. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. You asked.
This is a guy that I just started. We're not changing the subject here. We're diving deeper. This is a guy who I encountered last night, and it was an absolute instant follow when I saw him. And I don't know what happened today because, like I said, I've kind of been away a little bit. But when I followed him, he had 1,500 followers, and he's now got over 14,000 followers. So he picked up some traction. He tweeted on April 5th. This is Derek at Suitable Politic. He said Trump hired one of the guys who specialized in breaking countries for profit in order to white hat hack the US dollar and make it stronger. That's Scott Bessent. And I've been telling you guys, if you guys have been listening here for a while, I've been telling you that barring outside of Trump and Vance, Bessent is easily my favorite member of the administration. The dude is a ruthless operator. He's brilliant. He is absolutely brilliant. He's exactly where he wants to be. He's been planning for this forever, and he gets it. He knows exactly what's happening. He's probably the most important member of the administration, not including Trump and Vance. And so that was on April 5. On April 6, Derek says, quote tweets it and says, I was wrong. Bessent wasn't just hired to white hack the USD. No, he was hired to do that and simultaneously do to the People's Bank of China what he did to the British pound. And these two things are connected. Americus Maximus says, I don't understand. So he helpfully clarifies. Besant was hired to strengthen the dollar by doing the opposite of all the warning signs he saw in the British pound. For those who don't know, Scott Bessent was part of the Soros fund that he, with Soros and Stan Druckenmiller, he was one of the key advisors who saw inefficiencies in the UK market and ultimately ended up crashing the pound and made like $1 billion off of a single trade. Scott Bessent was directly involved in that. He was one of the core members of that operation. This was in, I think, 94, 95, somewhere. It's about 30 years ago. He says, inflated housing markets, treasury yields, etc., all pointed to the big short that the Soros fund pulled off. Bessent's obsession with the prices of homes and the interest rates on treasury bonds isn't just rank populism. He's looking to strengthen the leading indicators of a currency. This is what I mean by white hat hacking the dollar, mapping out its vulnerabilities to protect it against future exploitation. One of the most glaring vulnerabilities was a heavily overinflated trading market. Wall Street was on a super high. Hedge funds were leveraged, ding, 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 ding. All of this comes down to leverage. There's a whole bunch of really bad debt out there that has been created as a way of, well, it's a multifactorial analysis, but that's what this all reduces down to. It all reduces down to debt, and us being humanity. This is true fractally, both at the national level and the global level, being unable to flush bad debt out of the system and continuing to bake it in more and more and more.
This is why I use the word collapse. I mean, I'm not the only person using it, but the reason why I push the idea of collapse is that it will feel like a major collapse in many, many markets, because you're going to find out between, what is this? It's April 8th in my time zone. So between April 8th now and the end of May of this year, so next month, you're going to find out exactly how many businesses in your local and otherwise are leveraged out the tits. Mm-hmm. One of the big giant indicators is hotels. Disney has been losing its freaking mind for the last year, very quietly, right? But they are over leveraged on hotels and vacation properties and all that kind of stuff, right? They're the world's largest holder of hotels and vacation properties and all that kind of stuff, right? And now that brings in billions, but it also costs billions, because the overhead on those things are massive, and they're holding all that. So you see a little bit, and so they're leveraged out to tits. Now, when all this starts coming home and all those investment dollars keep getting, the big giant milkshake gets plugged into that, and guess what happens? Especially international hotel chains are going to start collapsing like dominoes. Mm-hmm.
And there isn't the liquidity in the market to absorb all of that, as well as you mentioned insurance. All of the insurance markets are super undercapitalized relative to the demand that's going to be placed on them. We're talking like the global reinsurance market is something like $60 billion, if I remember right. It's some staggeringly small number, and this is the insurance for the insurers. So once the insurers start going broke, once they need a bailout, once they need to call to play that insurance that that reinsurance that they've paid for, there's nothing there. There's going to be a massive liquidity crunch. So hedge funds were leveraged to the gills, and if that bubble popped, it would have created an 2008 style financial crisis. The tariff rollout, volatility and all, was a way of creating controlled detonation. Wall Street freaked out and deleveraged themselves. Now there won't be any banks or hedge funds who can't afford to pay off their loans because they overlevered. Now, in the process of deleveraging, some of them intentionally deleveraged and some of them were deleveraged. There was massive margin calls. So the extreme tariffs are also coming at a time when Bessent sees a recession or depression happening in China. This is very important. He's saying now is the time to strike, because China's in worse shape than we are. So they're not positioned to be able to capitalize on this and take advantage of it against us if we do it now. He emphasized this several times with Tucker. By boxing in China and shutting down their exports, he's creating the same conditions that led to the big short of the British pound. So he's doing, as the Treasury Secretary, he's doing the same thing to China that the Soros Fund did to the British pound. If the Chinese yuan collapses, then it'll cause a global flight into U.S. Treasury bonds, driving down interest rates even further for when they go to refinance the $9 trillion of expiring debt. And then another...
Remember, one of the things we started talking about at the top of the show was market depth, right? So again, Chinese numbers, big giant numbers. Look at that GDP. Ooh, very impressive. Not very deep though, because they rely on exporting all their stuff. Now they have a big internal market, that's true, but they also have 1/3 of their country that still lives in abstract poverty.
Abject.
Abstract. Abstract. They're abstract. They're like a fucking Picasso painting. What the fuck? They live with
their poverty is very real.
They live with their it's absurdist. It's absurdist poverty. I'll use whatever acronym I want. Matthew.
Camus enters the chat.
Is it a coffee table or is it a poor Chinese president? We'll never know. Where was I? Yeah. So they can't absorb it. Their markets aren't that deep, which is why what America does is exports markets. The entire concept of the market, the desirability of a market, the idea that the market can be as good as exported by America. And if America all of a sudden retracts all its markets back home, America's just taking all its toys. America's taking all their toys and taking them back home and saying, we're not playing with you guys anymore because you're a bunch of meanies. And the rest of the world is freaking out for good reason, because their entire structure is built off of, pump and dumps, phony numbers, arbitrage, $4 quadrillion bond market that's substantiated on a few $1 trillion of assets. This is why they've been trying to buy up assets like crazy. Like, this is why BlackRock and other people are buying up land. Do you think Bill Gates gives a shit about farmland? What is he going to do? Like, go be a goat farmer? What are we talking about here? He really likes corn suddenly out of the blue, right?
Yeah, what all the farmland was going to be was going to be the basis. It was going to be the capital backing for the global CBDC built through carbon credits.
Right. That's why he bought up corn.
Yes. And so this is why you have the whole big green energy push, because the thing with America's deep capital markets is that if America can monetize their assets, if they can actually wield their balance sheet, nobody can compete. Just by a simple matter of fact. But there's other interests who want to have access to that balance sheet to control it for their own purposes. So what you have to do is you have to disable America's ability to capitalize on its own balance sheet by crippling them, preventing them from actually accessing that, forcing them to operate more leanly than they actually could, to lean more on debt than they need to. If you have a massive surplus of assets, you don't need to go take on a bunch of debt and live exclusively off of that debt. You can use your assets, but America is prevented from using our assets because of regulations, because of it's not politic. And at the same time, we have foreign investors who are buying up all of those assets so that they control it. This is how we finance our deficits. The foreign investors come in, they buy our assets so that we cannot use them for our own sake. We're addicted to the outside investor coming and buying our debt so that we can consume, because we're forced to be a net consumption economy in order to sustain the deficits to maintain the value of the dollar, because the dollar is based on that debt. So the goal of we're kind of circling around it, but not really here. There's an explicit effort by a low asset region of the world, relatively speaking, to absorb, to take over, to control two of the biggest asset markets in the world, which is Russia and the United States. You said they have that however many quadrillion pool of derivatives that they've hyper leveraged out by siphoning American dollars out. And they need collateral for that derivative market. Where are they going to get that collateral? Well, the United States and Russia have the most collateral potentially in the world, but they need to get access to it. So how do you get access to it? Well, you try to invade one of them militarily, and you invade the other one financially. and get them to sell all of their assets to you to sustain the debt that's required so they can maintain their consumption economy. So someone asks Derek, he says, what's step 2? He says, well, step 2 chronologically is Wall Street deleveraging themselves massively to prevent the bubble pop that would have created another 2008 crisis. Step 2 by Trump and team, consider what they did in step 1. They just made the world, but mostly China and its satellites, far more difficult to invest in. So the natural step 2 is making America easier to invest in. Step 2,
be the cleanest, dirtiest shirt in the laundry.
Yes. Step 2 is rescission plus reconciliation. Massive tax cuts, massive government spending cuts, massive deregulation done at the congressional level and therefore stickier. All of this will make America easier to invest in. And step 3, energy dominance. Everyone frets about labor costs, but what happens when traditional labor is covered by widespread robotics and we get a job boom from the keepers of the robots? For that, we need power, energy, and lots of it. Nuclear, drilling, yes, domestic production. But I bet that more of our imports than ever will also be about energy. Energy too cheap to meter. So our president has spoken. He's introduced a new term for us. He says the United States has a chance to do something that should have been done decades ago. The whole Marshall Plan construct, like I can understand the rationale for setting up the Marshall Plan system. As Stormy has said, you don't want communist shithole countries because that's where, or you don't want bombed out countries because they have the strong proclivity for turning into communist shitholes. Because there's a business model, there is an industry that depends upon creating bombed out shitholes to create a pretext for going in and colonizing those bombed out shitholes. Again, communism is a big business industry. It's a European industry that has duplicated this business model over and over and over again. So they go and they get themselves into a gigantic continental war, all pissing and fighting amongst each other. They draw the United States in to settle the dispute, with the trade-off being, okay, we are now going to capitalize on your growth and your prosperity to leverage us back up to where we were before we got into this fight. So instead of having to pay the price of stoking a gigantic continental war, they get to shortcut the recovery process. Now, it makes sense from the United States perspective because, well, hey, we're going to get a bunch of short-term wealth because of this. We get to export our markets. We get to export our model. And we also get to prevent Europe from devolving into a bombed-out shithole that's going to be a hive for communism, that's going to be a gigantic thorn in our side. So I can understand from the view back then, I can understand the rationale for establishing this system. But the system needed to be sunsetted. If you were going to establish it, it needed to have a sunset date. And that sunset date was probably like 1970 at the very latest, maybe even earlier than that. But it just keeps going, and it keeps going, and it keeps going, and it keeps going, and it keeps going, to the detriment of everyone involved except for that marginal class of arbitrage junkies who are incentivized to maintain the system to keep the inefficiencies there to create that spread that they can collect. So Trump says, don't be weak, don't be stupid, don't be a panicking. A new party based on weak and stupid people. I don't know about this, panicking. Probably not what I would have come up with, but sir, message received. I have my marching orders. Don't be a panicking. A new party based on weak and stupid people. Be strong, courageous, and patient, and greatness will be the result. What a statement. Be virtuous. We have the president proclaiming the virtues. Mm-hmm. Be strong, be courageous, be patient. Greatness will be the result. And then I just had to throw this one in here. Trump says he may not reduce tariffs on Israel because the U.S. already gives them billions of dollars.
Do you plan to reduce the tariffs that the government put on Israeli goods? 70%?
On where?
On Israeli goods. The 70%.
Well, we're talking about a whole new trade. Maybe not. Maybe not. Don't forget.
Look at Bibi.
We help Israel a lot. You know, we give Israel $4 billion a year. That's a lot. Congratulations, by the way. That's pretty good. But we give Israel billions of dollars a year.
Well, thank you.
Look at his face. Yep. Yeah,
Yep.
you sure do. You sure do give us billions of dollars a year. Only Trump, man. Only Trump. Nah, right in front of Netanyahu. Trump's like, yeah, no, we're probably not going to reduce the tariffs on Israel because we're already giving them billions of dollars a year. We're already giving them a good deal. They don't need a better deal. By the way, congratulations on that really good deal that we give you. We send you billions of dollars every year. Congratulations on that. It's great, isn't it? It blows my mind
I love how
micro-brained you would have to be to think that there is some sort of great coordination and love between these two guys.
I love that Trump. So he rolled out the red carpet for Bibi when he got off the plane to go see him. Everyone's freaking out. Oh, see, Trump's Trump. Oh. I'm like, Trump hates him. Trump hates Bibi. He's on record.
Yes, quote.
Of saying,
fuck him.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just like recently, it wasn't even that long ago. So,
right.
this isn't like a 20-year-old clip. It's like, so, and Trump likes to troll people. So I saw the red carpet. I'm like, I like it.
Oh yeah,
that's nice.
Oh
touch.
yeah.
Like, you know, royal. He pulled out the chair for him and all that shit. It's like, yeah, he's doing the whole thing. Like, oh please, yeah, sit down. Yeah, yeah. Oh
These
no.
are all power moves. Like pulling the chair out for him. It's like, hey motherfucker, you're gonna sit right here when I tell you to. And it was like, oh look, he's serving him. He's groveling to him. This is where I've had people in the chat before who've said that like one of my jobs apparently is to like give them a little bit of that social intuition, because there's the spurgery, you know, there's some admitted spurgs in the chat who have said we understand.
You do attract a lot of autists, man.
Yeah.
You've always had that thing.
Am I the autist whisperer or something?
I think you are, which is fine.
That there, you want the little social intuition. Trump going over and pulling the chair out for Bibi to sit and then pushing it into the backs of his legs. That's a power move. That's the equivalent of the handshake where he yanks you in. He yanks your arm around, jerks you all around. I'm in control of this entire setting and environment. You will sit down when I tell you to sit down. Here, right here. This is where your ass belongs. That's the message that he's sending with all of that. He's fully in control of all of it. We got $2 worth of dings from Dietzel. Thank you, my friend. So we've danced around it. Let's get at it here.
Well, hang on. Before we do this,
okay.
Let me use the facilities. Talk to your audience for a second. And then we'll get back. So I want to give my full attention and bite my tongue.
Well, I think I'm going to have to do the same. So you go use the facilities and then come back, and then I'll go, and then we'll keep going. Okay. We have no deadline here, folks. He told me that his out is 4 a.m. Eastern, and I've switched over almost completely to a nighttime schedule because it just works better for me to do this. I can do all the work and stuff that I need in the middle of the night, and when I'm not being constantly pinged and pulled away on other things, I can just sit and focus in the dark with music playing. So strap in. We're an hour and 49 minutes in, and I'll bet you this might be half over, but we're gonna go with we're just gonna riff our way through it. Obviously, I got a couple of things here from AA that we're going to respond to. And my goal here is, honestly, I like AA. I enjoyed listening to him on the Semiagog stream the other day. I still like him. I think I understand why people are calling him a lol cow, and I think he's bringing it on himself. But some of the stuff I think he just simply doesn't understand. And part of this could be because he's an old worlder. He has the perspective of an old worlder. So he's predisposed to assume things that just aren't the case. You kind of have to be an American to see some of these things in this certain way. And so I want to, I did a big long post reacting to something he said. FB Informant says, I really enjoy talking shit on AA, though I do like him too. So we're gonna react to a little AA stuff, and then we're gonna talk a little bit more about Europe as well, and also the effects of the system that has been built, the effects that it's actually having on American small business owners, and the mentality of the libs. And I've got some other good threads, and we got some European commentary on the back end. We got some comments from Musk, and we're going to read a couple of Vagrant posts, and we're going to react to a little bit of Asmongold. So we've got some good stuff. do me a favor and occupy the people for a few minutes as I go take a load off.
I will griff for you, Matthew. Ladies and gentlemen, open up your wallets. Give Matthew some dollars. That we are self-funded around here, both Matthew and I. And of course, as we said earlier in the show, both our channels seem to be zapped by, who knows, demons, algorithms, nefarious ne'er-do-wells. So our growth has been essentially flatlined, and that's hurt. So any little bit of help can help out. You see, the thing is, I don't need a big audience to do what I do. I need a committed audience, which I've already basically been developing. So if I have 100 people giving me $10 USD dollars a month, at the current exchange rates here in Australia, I'm doing fine. So help out any way you can. Open up your wallets, send some super chats, or if you're watching this in the future, send them some love in other ways. Sign up to King Pill Discord, and I think you can get that through Subscribestar still. Of course, sign up to Matthew's new radio project, EWBSX. I don't know, the whatever the acronym is, and help out any way you can, ladies and gentlemen, because we appreciate you. Each and every one. Cyber Chess said, did my super go through? I don't know. I didn't see it, but I'm just looking at the chat like everyone else is here. So here we go. Dietzel super chat $1.99 USD. Jason, don't don the Rhodesian shorts. No. Nope. EWBSX. Thank you. No, won't happen. Especially not for $2 on Matthew's channel. You give Matt $2 and you want me to wear shorts and then break my brand? What are you talking about? That's silly. If I were to even contemplate that, you'd have to send Matt much more money, or at least me some money. That that might make me go no, but it's still gonna be a no. But I'll give you at least a 5-second. I think that's $2. You don't even get a. There's no there's no contemplation at all. I just move right to no, and we move on. Notice me, MIRONCHUCK. I noticed you, Mela. Thank you. How you doing? I see so many familiar names and faces and avatars in the chat. Oh my goodness! Of course, we'll be back on my channel with the elder Jim Jotras. And it'll be tomorrow, Tuesday at I think 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time over on YouTube. And those episodes get uploaded to all the places. Follow me on Substack as well. You will go to Gumroad to buy Tales of the Shadow Empire, $10 off. We have a tariff sale. There's 6 chapters right now. 3 with Stormy Waters, 1 with Tom Luongo, of course, covering all the economic stuff that Matt and I are talking about on the show today. All the precursors, so you can see how this was obvious to people who are paying attention all the way back in, I think, starting in August of 2024 is when I started covering it, and progressing all the way to now. Also have a chapter with Jim Jotras talking about the Shadow War, the war with the Ukraine and Russia, and a recent chapter with Charles Badil talking about the Shadow Bureau and talking about the institutions within the deep state that help make things shadowy. So Q-Paul says, what's my definition of total violence? Well, tune into the Will Spencer podcast on Wednesday. I'll be talking to Will about Vengeful Son, but essentially total violence, as I'm defining it, most people think of violence, so Vengeful Son, vengeance. Oftentimes people think of vengeance. Most people already think about vengeance in the kinetic, like punching people in the face. I'm thinking violence is going to be totalizing, where it'll be like we're saying, like people cheering on the stock market, people losing money in the stock market. Game stonks was an example of it. I keep trying to find the quote and I can't seem to find it, but someone was interviewed, one of the Game Stonk guys was interviewed about when he was holding these stonks, and they said, if you keep holding them, you're going to lose all your value, which turned out not to be true, but whatever. And he's like, I don't care. It's not about making money. It's about hurting the hedge funds who hurt my dad back in 2008. And that was my first indication that this is something different. This is vengeance. And vengeance isn't about winning or getting something in return. It can just be about tearing it down. So that idea of total violence will permeate and will make other acts much more likely or much more permissible. So this is like an idea that's a Girardian idea that the first stone we talk about, throwing stones, stoning someone. The first stone is the hardest because there is no model for it. But after that first stone is thrown, now there's a model. So the second stone gets easier, and every other stone after that gets easier and easier and easier to throw. So as we enter in this age of total violence, the first act of violence or reaction will be hard, and then it'll get easier and easier and easier and easier. And I think we're starting to see this now. The Luigi Mangione case, a lot of the violence coming out of the Zhejians and a lot of the Troon cults and stuff like that. It's going to start kicking off, and the more it kicks off, the more the reactions to these things will become easier as well. And this is how I speculate. I said this is how you get places like Burma, where you get if you want to avoid panopticons and you want to avoid police states and all those things, and maybe they can't be avoided, but if you want to try to negotiate with it, or at least not be adding to it yourself, that's where modeling the prodigal son comes in. But go check out Will Spencer podcast and or all my other work on it. It's up on the channel, so if you can find it, MIRONCHUCK now. Apparently searching for it is difficult, but I'm still here. I'm still here, you bastard.
Send me the links for your stuff that you want to put in the description, and I'll post it there as soon as the stream's done.
Yeah.
Daniel Belavos says, where can I send Bitcoin? Right now, if you go to @RealKingPilled and you go to my profile, there should be a little tab there that says tip, and it should give you the option of either sending Bitcoin or Venmo. Let me know if it doesn't work. People have used it before and it's worked, and there's been times where it's not working. So that's a way you could do it. If it doesn't work, then just shoot me an email at realkingpilled@gmail.com. We're going to have more stuff like this coming up soon. We're going to have more ways you guys can get involved and support what we're doing very soon. So stay tuned for that. Cyberchud 2077 says, did my super go through? And I went back and I did miss a super chat. It's beyond where I could screen share it now, but he said it was a $10 super chat. He says the mega powers combined. And I can't remember exactly what that was referencing, but it's probably
that's
the
Hulk
two of us.
That's Hulk Hogan and Macho Man Savage when they joined up as the Mega Powers.
Oh,
they did
yes,
the big handshake. Like when they went for the handshake. It went almost a handshake.
Okay.
Oh, brother. Yeah.
So it's basically us. Basically you and me.
Yeah.
We're the new Mega Powers.
That's right. Cream rises to the top.
Yeah, we might have to have a Mega Powers meetup on a weekly basis or something. Just sit here and
maybe
riff like this. That'd be
well, it's you have speculated. We have made plans before, Matthew, and then you get all busy, and off in the weeds you go, and I'm like,
I'm very hard to get a hold of. Yes. Well, many things have happened since then, so stay tuned. $2 super chat from Diesel. He says, Jason, don the Rhodesian shorts. I assume you already reacted to that.
Yeah, I said first of all, I said no, because no. But also, I'm like, you're sending Matt $2 for a Rhodesian short request. Like, even if I were going to give you the gift of speculation, it would have to be a lot more than $2 to Matthew. Like, $20 to Matthew might get you on. No, it's always going to be no. The response will always be no. But you might get like I'll give you a little bit more of a the higher the more zeros behind that too you'll get more of a
It's like the gif of that chick. She's like
no.
And then $2 from Ruthuglican. He says rug merchants and Canadian games journalist BTFO. Rug merchant cracks me up. Okay, so let's talk about the so-called rug merchant. Why is my stuff not right here? Okay, right here. So he was going back and forth. AA is going back and forth here with this Imperator Philippus Arabus, talking about trade deficits. And this has gone on for a while, so I'm just jumping in the middle of it. AA says to him from a tweet that said a trade deficit is bad. He says, this is a long post, but all you've said is buying things is bad. This is not serious. And Imperator Philippus Arabus says, I said that going into debt and selling off assets to finance a trade deficit is bad. You can't get something for nothing. A trade deficit can only be financed with debt or asset sell-offs. Now, this sentence here
ding, ding,
is
ding.
it's like a truism. A trade deficit can only be financed with debt or asset sell-offs. Those are the two ways that you can maintain a trade deficit. One, you borrow money because you're not a net producer, you're a net consumer. So where is that coming from? Either you're borrowing money from someone else to pay for that deficit, or you're selling something that you have in return for the goods that you're getting. These are the only two options. There is no third option. And AA says there's nothing at all in trade deficit that necessarily means you need to go into debt. Now, this is true. This technically is true. He continues, if I have 100 pounds in the bank and buy a 5-pound sandwich from a street vendor, my trade deficit with that vendor is 5 pounds, but I am not in debt. Foundations of Economics available now. This has nothing to do with what he just said. This is where, and I think I'm not saying that AA is being devious here. I think he genuinely believes what he's saying. This is like rote free trade, generic 101. The problem is that rote free trade generic 101 is it exists on a spreadsheet, but it doesn't exist in the real world. If I have 100,000 pounds in the bank and buy a 5-pound sandwich from a street vendor, my trade deficit with that vendor is 5 pounds. Now, what about your trade deficit with every vendor? If your trade deficit with every single vendor that you interact with is negative, you're in deep shit.
Yeah, I think this is.
If you have 100,000 pounds in the bank and you buy a 5-pound sandwich from a street vendor, you now have 999,995 pounds in the bank. And then if you buy another sandwich, you have 5 pounds less, and 5 pounds less, and 5 pounds less. So what's the other side of that? This is true in this narrow sense, but this has no bearing on the world economic structure as it exists today.
I mean, the better example is like, what if you had minus $4 quadrillion in the bank, and you buy a $5 sandwich? Like that's what we're talking about here. Because again, what he doesn't have to contend with is what. Okay, there's this article, and I tried to find it. I think it was out of Zero Hedge, or some other Zero Hedge like entity that's talking about trade surpluses in the EU. And the speculations they might be fudging numbers. They might have like live fudged some numbers. Just recently, there was one graph where showing that the trade surpluses in the EU have nosedived into the negatives in 2025 as a general. The other time that graph showed it was in August of 2024, which coincides exactly when the Bank of England had to pump the British bond market out and basically do an emergency rescue of, I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of, I can't remember the exact number, billions of pounds, because the bond market almost collapsed. And this is from Alex Craner's work. This is also why they've been so hot on continuing the Ukraine war. Project Ukraine must never end. It must be a forever war, because they have so many war bonds that are now tied up into the Ukrainian war that they sold at negative yields.
Mm-hmm.
So get that through your head.
The premise was we win the war and we secure the collateral that we need to make good on these bonds.
Right, which is why, by the way, Keir Starmer went over and signed a 100-year friendship agreement with Ukraine. Now,
he signed it with Zelensky. The question is, did he sign it with Ukraine?
Well, he signed with Zelensky, but regardless, so it was publicized as this big thing, show of loyalty and friendship and all that stuff, right? What's now coming out, was starting to leak out in the last few months, is that there's a whole lot of other things that are underpinned in that declaration, which is unfettered access, complete total access to the UK of all Ukrainian ports, all Ukrainian resources, all Ukrainian minerals and oil exports, oil and gas exports. Oops. So that, when you say that Trump then goes ahead and says, no, we want all of your mineral exports, like all of them, and in this deal, that's not him talking to Zelensky. That's him telling the UK to BTFO. Mm-hmm. And this little friendship declaration, it's also why Putin's talking about is taking direct aims about saying that Zelensky's illegitimate. Because if Zelensky's illegitimate, then everything he signs, it's also why Putin's like, I will not negotiate with him, or any peace deal has to happen after they have an actual election, because there's no way he's going to sign anything with Zelensky, because he's saying he's illegitimate. So any signature on that page could just be like, nope, he wasn't the actual real. If you think Europe wouldn't do it, turn around and go, what, Zelensky? No, he wasn't even legitimate at the time. What are you talking about, Meshuggah? Like,
yes.
You're not paying attention.
This is like, as I understand it, constitutionally, Putin's right. Like, according to the Ukraine constitution, he is illegitimate.
Well,
there's no mechanism for him maintaining. Now, all of this stuff is all bullshit. Anyways, it's like, if a leader claims to be legitimate and everybody recognizes him as legitimate, then he is legitimate regardless of who signed what paperwork. But what they are saying here is, this is the way that the world has existed. We're playing by your rules. By your rules, if you decide that according to paperwork submitted in what order someone is legitimate or not legitimate, well, there is no paper that says that he can be legitimate, so we can't recognize him as legitimate, even if he is the so-called legitimate ruler.
Well, look, technically, based on the Ukrainian constitution, the previous president, the previous leader, is still the leader of Ukraine. He can only be removed either through a vote of non-confidence or death or severe illness. Which is probably why he fled, because he didn't want the other one of those other provisions to kick in.
Right, yeah.
And they just got rid of him. They just ousted him, and they're like, okay, new leadership now. And they're like, wait, what? No, but he's still what? Like, that's what happened in Ukraine to start it off in 2014, like before Zelensky was even selected. So technically, Zelensky's never been the legitimate leader, because the old leader is still technically, based on the constitution of Ukraine, is still technically the leader, because he was never voted out. He was never, there was no vote of non-confidence. I mean, maybe now they'll throw something out, but yeah, no. So he's technically still the leader.
And technically works when your goal is to just run out the clock, because time is on the side of the Russians and the Americans in this case. Time is not on the side of the Ukrainians or the British or the French or anybody else who has their fingers all up in this. Time's not on their side. If the Russians and the Americans want to just drag their feet and allow this to go on as long as possible, the Eurozone desperately needs some sort of resolution on here. Now, the resolution that they want is continue the war and escalate it, because we need that collateral. So we have to win this war come hell or high water. And what's happening now is it's becoming more and more clear that this is not a war between Russia and Ukraine. This is a war between the EU and Russia. And the EU wants to continue prosecuting the war.
With America being the big proxy, this is why Putin only really wants to negotiate with America, is also because he figures that's probably going to be the lasting kind of negotiation that could be had. But here's the other thing that's happening now, is that Russia's just gobbling up territory.
Yep.
The longer this goes on, the more territory Russia's taking. So now they've just started a new offensive this week, and it's brutal. Now we're moving into dry seasons, so there's two things that are happening. They had to fight against. Yeah, it's been muddy in winter, Russia's been moving the entire winter and gobbling up territory across the board, but in smaller increments. And they also did a rotation. So two things have just happened recently. Putin has declared the largest draft since 2011. 160,000 men are being brought up. So that's going to reinforce their numbers. And they just did a rotation. So now all new fresh troops are heading to the front lines, and it's getting brutal because the Russians are just pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. So at the moment, and again, people want to watch me and Jim talk about this, but we do that weekly show. But right now, the front line is now moving aggressively. So they're about to take all of Donetsk, which is one of the big oblasts, which is like a province. You can think of it that way. So they're taking that. They're taking the north because they know that you've heard about Kursk, right, where the Ukrainians did that surprise attack and got into Russian territory and took over a province and partly in Russia. Well, they've completely wiped out the Ukrainians there, and are now moving across into the Sumy region, which is in the northern area, which is basically going to put them on the doorstep of Kiev. So now the Russians are spearheading across the north. They're basically clearing up Luhansk and Donetsk, which are the two major areas. Donetsk is a big one. Donbass, that whole Donetsk Donbass area, because that's where all the actual real rare earths are. By the by, also there's one big town called Podansk, which is the home of basically Ukraine's largest iron ore mine and smelter. So that one mine can produce all of Ukraine's iron needs, both domestic and imports, basically by itself for a year. And they're moving on that. So now they're moving across those regions into Zaporizhzhia. I just see it, just pronounce it properly. But they're moving across that area, which is now going to take the whole southwest. So that's Odessa. And I know some people who might be listening got up in my face about, Russia's not moving on Odessa. They're moving on Odessa. They're moving on Odessa in many different ways. They don't have boots on the ground there yet, but they will pretty shortly. And once they take Odessa, it's over. Okay, it's finished. Ukraine as a country no longer exists. It's a rump state. It's a cul-de-sac. It's a suburb of Poland. That's it. Because once they take that, they have full control of the Black Sea. Ta-da!
So the longer this goes on, the worse. So the EU leadership have so heavily invested themselves in these Ukrainian war bonds under the expectation that they're going to win this war. And now not only are they not winning the war, but they're losing it and going to be winding up in a worse place than they were to begin with. And this is at the same time that they're also they've leveraged every single aspect of their economy to go after this. And they're not going to get it, and they're not going to have everything that they gave up to get to this point.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They're completely screwed.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the plan was to derail Russia with the econ war. So in the very first month of the invasion and all that stuff, what did America and Europe do? They pulled Visa, MasterCard, and they did a whole bunch of massive sanctions, and they hit them with everything. And Russia was prepared for it because they just said, what do we have over here? Oh, parallel economy. Oh, that Belt and Road thing. Now, remember, everyone's speculating that China screwed Russia and that Belt and Road initiative between China and Russia, that whole deal had fallen through. Actually, no, it was very emperor kind of like, no, it's a fully operational Belt and Road system. And they just moved everything over that. And as soon as they did that, the war was won. I called it. I said it online. I said it on air. I was like, that was it. That's where they won the war. Everything else is just territory. And it depends how many people they want to kill or how much of the land they want to take. But that's it. Because the sidestepping and basically showing the world that, hey, this is where BRICS came from, essentially, was basically Russia going, hey, watch this. You don't need these people. You think you do. You don't. Because we can just do our own thing. And we don't need to be backed up by the dollar. We can be backed up by gold reserves and by your domestic currency. And as soon as they did that, it was over. And the West has been tripping over its own dick and punching itself in the face and just walking into
stepping on rakes.
Yeah, sideshow Bob. Ever since, because you can't attrition. You cannot out attrition the Russians.
Yeah, right. Yeah. What is it, like a land war in Asia? An attrition war against the Russians?
Napoleon learned. Everyone's learned this. Everyone has learned this.
And everyone wants to do it again. No, but this time, maybe for us it'll work.
All we lacked was the technology. It's like, no, you're fucking with the wrong people. They will burn down their cities. They will salt their own earth. They will get to a point where if you activate the Russian mindset and basically like, well, no, you kill me, no, I kill me. Like they don't give a shit. You can't. They'll eat jerky, man. Whatever. Like they don't care, right? They don't want to. And there's a whole contingent, I think, of Russian elites who want to be very European and metropolitan. I think that's applying certain pressures. But overall, they're going to fight this one out. and they will grind out every last Ukrainian you send them. And if you send them European troops, they'll grind them out now too. Here's the other thing that Europeans and the Biden administration really screwed up on. You've created the most strongest military force in the world in Russia. And it's not by arms, and it's not by armaments, although now they have that too, because they just said, okay, over the last few years, they had the industry and they just booted the industry up because they didn't offshore all their factories. They had a whole bunch of stuff in house. Oops. So they've been building their own munitions like crazy. They're building their own drones. They were bringing them in from Iran and China. Now they're building their own. They're mass producing these things at a minute. They're doing those supersonic missiles. That's all built in house. So now you have they're outsized on technology. But here's the other thing that people don't really realize because you watch too many freaking movies is now they have experience. They have the most experienced, battle-hardened troops in the world who've seen, fourth generation warfare up front and survived to tell the tale. You can't send enough men. They will be ground up. And who are the UK going to send? Even if they go, and this I've been now starting to openly speculate this. Even if the UK does their own Project Ukraine recruitment, and if you watch the last Jim Jotra's episode we did, we read from this report, and we'll do part 2 tomorrow, talking about these recruitment centers, and it's horrible. It's a horror show. But if they turn around and do that with all the Fugees, right, and said, oh, we have all these people you don't like, how hard would it be to find a whole bunch of white guys to go around and do some recruitment of people and send them to the front lines? Okay, but that's just literally you're wasting money. You're literally spending money to put a gun in someone's hand who's going to get killed in 2 seconds. So even that, if that's your plan, is a horrible plan. Because there is no army in Europe. You can send every big giant army in Europe against Russia right now, and I'm not saying that Russia is guaranteed to win, but they're going to kill a lot of people.
If it's a victory, it's a Pyrrhic victory.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. And then so the backstop for all of this, to come back to this conversation about trade deficits, the backdrop for all of this is this system that was established with the Marshall Plan and then has emerged out of that original structure, is that the way that Europe has been able to pretend to be a first world country is because they are constantly subsidized by freely available American dollars. They can take those American dollars and they can rehypothecate them as many times as they want, develop these massive derivative chains that then they can trade and swap and play all the algorithms and play all the margins and pretend that they have a stack of assets that that don't belong to them. They're not actually theirs. They took a currency from the United States and turned it into this massive pool of derivatives that they then borrow and leverage against to do whatever to maintain their social services and build up this military and all this. If they didn't have that free flow of American dollars, if they were constrained to only dealing with what is theirs, truly theirs, they wouldn't even be able to maintain a first world standard of living with no military presence to speak of. Mm-hmm. They don't have the native collateral to be able to actually sustain this. Europe exists as so-called first world nations because they are subsidized by the US dollar. And this system can go for a long time. It's gone for a long time because of the sheer depth of the American capital markets. America was such a massive entity that it could sustain having a whole bunch of parasites. And I'm not going to say that this is just something that was imposed upon Americans. There was plenty of so-called Americans who signed up for this, maybe not knowing the full extent of it or just playing their part in it or yada, yada, yada. I've got a long post here I'm going to read in just a sec that gets into this. But having such a mass, like imagine this just absolutely gigantic beast. Well, having a parasite on that beast isn't too bad. Having two parasites might not be too bad. Having large parasites might not be too bad. The beast is so large that it can sustain this parasitic activity for a long period of time. And when you're dealing with human minds and human lifespans, once you get through a generation or two, then it just becomes, this is just how things are. This is just the way the world works. The U.S. runs perpetual trade deficits and is a net importer of everybody else's production. So they're net consumers, and they consume on debt because of these trade deficits. I read the tweet from AA where he's like, well, to run a trade deficit doesn't necessarily mean you have to have debt. That's true in the abstract. In the real world, the way the system has been constructed, the United States necessarily has to maintain this level of debt to maintain those trade deficits so they can finance the deficit, so they can ensure the maintenance of their currency.
The other thing too is that not all these partnerships are the same. So it's like immigration. So when the system's set up, it's basically helping out like post-war Europe, Japan, China, right? Relatively industrial nations. Right, people who can adapt to these things and be industrious, and I mean, China wasn't even involved in that at first, right, post-war as much. But you look at all the areas they picked, and it's like very industrious people that if you give them the money and you give them a little bit of help out, all of a sudden you get Germany, right? Like the big post-war Germany boom, right? Japan being a massive market, all that stuff. There was even talk in the 80s and 90s, oh, Japan's going to displace America. We built a monster. They're going to whatever, right?
Korea.
Yeah, Korea. Well, hey, if it wasn't for, no birth rates.
Right, yeah.
Anyway, but I digress. You have these people in these areas that can adapt and take those American dollars and these systems and do great things with them. Now they got greedy. So they started going, let's extend that to India. Let's extend that to Africa. Let's extend it to all the third world countries. And you're finding it because, again, bitter white pill here, and I speak out against the liberal frame, and that when the nucleus of the liberal frame, it comes down to nominalism, materialism. You hear this with secular humanists when they debate all the time. They think that human consciousness in the mind can be boiled down to brain chemistry. Well, if you start thinking that, then you think that everybody across the globe, all they need is some education and the right incentive, and boop, 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 look at them go. Well, turns out that when you invest trillions and you put the system into places like, India, things fall the fuck apart. Because Indians, not all of them, not all, right? Most of them, fucking useless. Fucking useless.
Literally twice.
Can't figure out fucking food. I've been saying this for a long time. Don't trust people who've been around for 1,000 odd years and can't figure out food. They peaked at stew. What the fuck are we thinking? Like, come on.
Literally twice the population of America shits outside every day in India. And that's only half the Indian population.
I mean, come on. So yeah. Or, Africa, again, there are great cases. There's fantastic cases for Africa until you give it over to Africans.
Right.
And then you have South Africa, Zimbabwe, and, Kenya would probably go the same way. They just happen to be administered by the Chinese. So,
right.
Again, I don't know what it is, man. I mean, I've speculated. I said, some things are primal frame and some things are civil frames. I'm going to return back to that this year quite a bit. But if you're in a primal frame, you just don't get it. It's and I'm not even blaming them. I'm just saying that's just where they're at. That's their frame. You put civilization in there. They go, what is that? You build a bridge, and they go, oh, look, bricks. We'll build a in the dry season. We'll build a stove out of it or something. And you come back and go, but it's rainy season again, and you need a bridge. Like, well, oops. I guess we'll use some sticks. Like, they just don't think of it that way, and it's no good trying to convince them. It's just where they're at, and maybe in 100 or 1,000 years or so they won't be, and great. But maybe you just have to leave them behind and be comfortable with the fact that some people in the world are just going to do their thing, and we can just leave them alone and do our thing and build beautiful cathedrals and all this stuff, and they'll be in mud huts, but they like it. That's what they like, that thing. They like that stuff. So
they want to roll around in cow shit.
Yeah, they have other options. It's not like they don't have options.
Right.
And,
they could literally choose to not roll around in cat shit or
at any
cow
time.
shit. Yeah,
anytime.
I'm sure
they
do
stop
cat
it right
shit,
now. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure if you introduce that idea to them, like, but we liked it, but the cow shit is, look at it. It's so warm and inviting. Come on, my friend. Sir.
Shut up, sir. You do not insult.
Yeah, don't make me pull the videos of them drinking cow pee.
Oh God!
So, you know,
straight from the
whatever.
source.
Oh yeah, nice and steamy.
So speaking of primal frame, that like high time preference, like not getting the larger picture of what's going on. So AA here says, still completely unclear to me how Americans getting stuff essentially for free with massive amounts of debt was other countries taking advantage. And I'll be fair to him here, I suppose, and I'll say a few years ago I may have thought kind of similarly, been like, well, wait a second, this actually, if on the surface, this sounds like America taking advantage of everyone. You know, you just give us lend us a bunch of money that we use to buy a bunch of stuff. And we get that. Like, this actually sounds like America getting the better end of the deal. But this is if you're just like, you literally just don't go below the surface. You just take the surface explanation and just run with that, which is like free trade, dogmatic free trade orthodoxy. And this guy, W. Barlam, says, because we have to pay it back by either allowing debt holders, foreign countries and banks, to buy up our country, or by undergoing hyperinflation, i.e. expropriating the American people by devaluation. This is basic econ. This goes back to it. If you're going to run perpetual deficits, you're going to have to finance those in one of two ways. Either you're going to have to pay down your own assets, and because you're a net consumer, you're not on net adding to those assets. You're not adding to that pile of assets. You're paying down from that pile of assets. Either that, or you and also on top of that, when you're paying down those assets, you're selling off your asset stack to foreign investors. So now you're going into debt to them and giving them your assets. You're getting hit twice. So he says, right, but in the meantime, you still get tons of actual stuff, and those foreign countries get useless dollars that you then inflate away. This is where I was like, okay. I think he genuinely does not understand he hasn't listened to enough Tom Luongo or Stormy Waters. He genuinely doesn't understand what the Eurodollar system is. He's looking at this like Milton Friedman.
Well, hang on, just for a second, because maybe this helps people, because it helped me to kind of figure it out. So, if you have more of something, what does that do to the value of that thing?
Goes down.
Right. So if there's more American dollars in the world, what does that do to the value of the American dollar?
It goes down.
Is that what the American people possessing American dollars would like?
Right.
Because that's why it doesn't matter. I've been saying this in one way or another for a while, because everyone talks about, well, we need to raise the wages and stuff of that. No, there's a income gap and all these things. Like, it doesn't matter, because if $1 can't buy you $1 worth of stuff in 5 years, it's not going to matter, right? By the time you get your bonuses, and by the time you climb that ladder and you get that nice little bit of $10,000 whatever it is bonus, it won't matter, because you're still stuck at buying the same amount of stuff. Mm-hmm. So whether you have $5,000 or $10,000, I mean, you need the $10,000 in 10 years to be able to buy $5,000 worth of stuff, right? Like, this is the problem. So more dollars in the world, this is the GDP go up thing, more of them, bad for value. Mm-hmm. So it only works if the markets keep expanding. And if all these other satellite countries aren't full of dipshits who don't understand money. Mm-hmm. Right? There's the Abdul story that people can see on my channel, right? There's a Stormy laying it out. But just to break it down for even further, right? There's only so many rice importers and exporters that the world can actually sustain. So if you go to Bangladesh and all the guys, and I'm just using rice as an example, but if all the guys are just going, well, all we know is how to do rice, it's like, great, cool. That's not innovating. There's no innovation in rice export. Sorry, it doesn't exist. Like, maybe you get really good at picking the rice or something. Cool, awesome. What does that mean? We're not going to go to Mars with rice. Like, you understand? Like, there's no future tech. There's nothing there. And
the closest relationship is that the rockets kind of look like a grain of rice if you squint right.
Right. and we already know this about magic Indians. They don't exist. Like, yes, maybe there's a 10% of the population who can do high coding and actually like do the things that the magic Indians are supposed to be able to do. The rest of the country can't. There's no I'll give you an example. There is no Indian video game industry. They have 1 billion odd fucking people. Just by numbers alone, you'd figure there'd be at least a small one, a domestic one. No, it doesn't exist. Oh, what? Weird. So, and again, we can break it down even to smaller. It doesn't exist. So it doesn't exist in Africa. So when this money goes there, it dies. It just gets sucked up in these companies that people can keep funneling money into and maybe skimming the money off the top. But there's no innovations. You're not gonna get a Tesla from Africa now. The only African who is going to invent Tesla doesn't live in Africa anymore. There's a problem in that, right? This is what happens. So the markets need to expand and deepen for this system to work. Since it can't do that anymore, and since you're screwed up with Russia, you're fucked. That's why this whole thing is going to collapse, because there's nowhere else to expand to.
The thing that really tipped me off in this tweet of his and what sparked me to respond is this notion that the U.S. is just, they get all this stuff for free and then it's a worthless currency and they just inflate it away. As soon as I read that, I realized, okay, either he's being just entirely bad faith here, which I don't think, or he simply doesn't understand the mechanisms of the Eurodollar system. As Phil says here, anyone who doesn't understand the Eurodollar system and has a public opinion on any of this is completely irrelevant. What AA is describing here, and he's not, this isn't an original idea to him. He's parroting something that we've heard for decades. This standard free trade, Thomas Sowell, Milton Friedman, economics in one lesson, wrote free market orthodox economics. But appealing to that, to understand what's happening right now, would be like using the climactic mechanisms on Tatooine to understand the green energy or something like that. Like these don't have any relationship to one another. The standard free market orthodoxy exists in a vacuum. It's like living in Ancapistan in your head, living in free market orthodoxy in your head. It doesn't exist. You can't view these variables in a vacuum. Now, everyone, for as long as I've been alive, everyone said, oh, the U.S. can just, we're the ones who print the money. We can just inflate it all away and everyone else is left holding the bag. Which, if you didn't understand the structure of the Eurodollar system and you're only looking at this in like a univariate way, just assuming like United States in a vacuum kind of, then that might make sense to you. Because you're like, oh, well, we print the money. And then, well, there's a couple problems with this. And I'm going to get into this with this tweet. One of the problems is that the United States is not the primary printer of dollars. It hasn't been for a long time. The United States is not printing all of these dollars. So it's quote unquote. Part of one of the core things about this Eurodollar system is that the so-called dollar printing, so much of it is happening offshore. It is not America that is printing these dollars. All of these European banks, when they issue these loans, these dollar-denominated loans, or all the different derivatives, they're effectively printing dollars because they've created dollar claims that are out there that are redeemable one-to-one with domestic dollars. So America hasn't even controlled its own currency. And you want to tell me that this is an American empire? It's an empire that doesn't even have control over its own currency because the majority of its currency exists outside the borders where it has no control over it. And yet all of those offshore dollars could be redeemable one for $1 worth of purchasing power within the borders of the United States. This is not, well, so let me just read this because I cover so much of these things in this. It's a long post. I said AA's tweet here kicked off a bunch of thoughts. It's wrote to say America's chief export is US dollars, but it's not really true. Or at least it's only true at a level of reduction that isn't very useful in liminal times like what we're in right now. Producing the global reserve currency in a fiat world is not an obvious net benefit to any nation. It clearly has its perks, particularly in the short run, but it also has major drawbacks. If you squint at it just right, it could even be seen as a poison pill, fulfilling the promise of short-term gain that commits a nation to its own long-term destruction, like a slow-motion assassination. The cost of America maintaining global reserve currency status is bleak, addicting herself to debt while perpetually consuming more than she produces. It is categorically impossible for any entity to maintain such a practice in perpetuity, and anyone seriously calling for it is functionally indistinguishable from those who chant death to America. This is regardless of what your academic textbook says about how if you compare yourself and your relationship to your local supermarket, if you have a trade deficit with your supermarket, that's a good thing. It makes you better. The relationship between a person and a supermarket is not the same thing as the relationship between two nations, two national powers. And the relationship between two national powers is not the same as the relationship between a multilateral relationship among many different national powers. And that's not the same thing as the actual construction of the existing Eurodollar system. None of these things are the same thing. Yes, the crayons, eating crayons. Now, there is a conversation to be had about who is chiefly responsible for the architecture of this system of America supplies the global reserve currency and LARPs as imperial power, while everyone else hyper leverages the dollar to get themselves ahead. The entire world is beholden to an immense Rube Goldberg machine that is cannibalizing its own infrastructure to preserve the stations of those who exist to play arbitrage games on the margins. Those who exist to play arbitrage games on the margins. Some of these have American passports. Some of them don't. Whether those people have American passports or not does not dictate whether or not this is an American system or this is America being responsible for this. What we call the global American empire is only American in the abstract. It's branding. America, the nation, that specific people, tradition, history, geographic zone, is no less subject to the empire than any other nation. America is not the empire imposing itself on everyone else. America is beholden to the empire just as everyone else is. But whomever is ultimately responsible for creating this monstrosity is for the historians to debate. What matters is who will be responsible for saving it from itself. At its root, this is the baseline for the present row. The Trump administration and the American banking system are telling the rest of the world they are no longer entitled to unrestricted access to US dollars, and the rest of the world is howling. This is how the Eurodollar system has been constructed. This is why America runs current account deficits with respect to every other nation. Because they run these current account deficits, which means there is a net outflow of dollars to other nations, so that those other nations can get those dollars and then rehypothecate them. And then they turn around and they buy American debt to finance those deficits. So America's job is to be a net debtor to everyone else and a net consumer, which means you have placed an expiration date on America, because no entity can maintain net debtor and net consumer posture indefinitely. America can't not export US dollars. We're bound to this. For the time being, we have to export US dollars. And other nations can't not import them for now. Meaning, everyone's howling right now about the United States restricting the flow of dollars. Because if you erect these trade barriers, that means those nations have to pay those dollars back to America, which means more dollars stay within the borders of America. And other nations can't help it. They have to, because they cannot lose access to the American market. The American market is America's asset. That market, the deepest market in the world. Every other nation has to have access to it or they cannot sustain themselves. So America is monetizing its market directly. You have to pay to get into it. The paywall mafia. Shout out to Phil Gibson in the chat. The rest of the world is addicted to both the strength and the depth of the American market. Anything that destroys that market destroys every market that is dependent upon it by strict necessity. The way that this system has been constructed is that America's on a shot clock. America's time is running out because we are being hollowed out by this system. We are net consumers and net debtors. So we are paying down our capital stock to foreign investors. Foreign investors are accumulating all of our capital stock, which means eventually we're not going to be able to be net consumers or net debtors. We're not going to be able to do any of that. And when that happens, the entire US dollar system and the most valuable asset in the world, the American market, is no longer available to anyone else either. America, as currently constituted, is addicted to everyone else being addicted to her market. This is the mutual, this is the suicide pact here. America has been set on a trajectory that's like a slow motion assassination, and everyone else's interests have been bound to America's market. So as America destroys its own market, everyone else's market gets destroyed in the meantime. The global US dollar reserve system is quite literally constructed upon the premise that American growth will carry the rest of the world, making a war on American growth an implicit war against everyone's future. There are only two ways this can go. First, the American market is pulled over the brink and everyone everywhere, or everything everywhere, collapses to be reconstituted in a new empire. Quite the cui bono question there. I wonder who might benefit from the American market being pulled over the brink, everything everywhere collapsing and having to be reconstituted in a new empire. Perhaps the people who want to maintain their status at the top of the empire. Or America opts out, hits the Uno reverse card, and everyone resets through the pain as America stabilizes. So how does America stabilize? Which returns us to the original question. What is America's chief export if it's not the US dollar? America's chief export is belief in the idea of the US dollar. The entire world is leveraged against the premise that the US dollar is the hardest foundation to build upon. The more people believe in the future of the US dollar, the more valuable the US dollar becomes, which makes more people believe in its future, and so on. But the more over-leveraged, hollowed out, and unstable the American market becomes, the less believable that confident future becomes, which makes people believe in it less, which encourages people to divest, which makes it more unstable, and so on. No nation can indefinitely support a global reserve currency with diminishing productive capacity. America is built upon a mountain of debt obligations whose terms and incentive structure have destroyed her domestic capacity for productivity that motivated the issuance of said obligations. The reason why America has worked as the supplier of the global reserve currency in a fiat world is because of her capacity for productivity, her domestic capacity for productivity. Those incredibly deep capital markets and the American spirit and our legal system, our ability to sustain innovation and entrepreneurship, to develop, to constantly grow, the navigability of our domestic waterways, the diversity of our climate and our ecology, the sheer natural resources contained within the country, having massive oceans on either side to protect us and enable us to defend ourselves better. This is the thing that people are investing in. This is what the global reserve currency is built upon. It's built upon the idea of the US dollar, which is essentially a token of the American market. When everybody buys US dollars, they're buying into the idea of the belief in the future of the American market. So America is exporting confidence and stability through its market processes. It's not exporting dollars. The dollars are just the tokens of that confidence and that stability. If that confidence and that stability goes away because, I don't know, America's asset base has been hollowed out and our capacity for production has been diminished, then the entire thing falls apart. Not just America, everyone else, because everyone else is hyper leveraged on America. Never in her history has America been less able to build an asset base that could keep up with those obligations. And now she can't even plausibly defend that asset base for more than a few weeks before everything breaks. All those nations whose economies depend upon being net exporters to America's market will be up shit's creek if that market suddenly loses the ability to import their goods. So the idea that America, of all nations, would just permanently kill its biggest asset for funsies is a meme that's been around forever, but it's really just Lolbert tier thinking. If America's chief export is confidence in the idea of the US dollar, then destroying confidence in it would be destroying one's chief export. It wouldn't be some brazen power move by the big baddie. This is the way that the retarded Lolberts want to frame it. As like, oh, we're just like Chad move. We're just going to devalue our currency. We're just gonna hype, just inflate it away, and you guys are stuck holding the bag. Ha ha ha. What are we left with? We just hollowed out our own productive capacity and exported ownership of all of our assets. This would be suicidal. This isn't a power move. It would be the geopolitical equivalent of suck starting a shotgun to own your boss. Ha! Let's see him get those quarterly reports in on time now. The rest of the world values US dollars. They need US dollars. They are better when the USD is valuable. America needs them to need USD. She is better when USD is valuable. But she spent the last several years aggressively producing so much USD to satisfy all the demand while undermining the system that makes USD valuable in the first place. To Jason's point, the more USD that's out there, the less valuable that USD is. And if a downstream effect of that process itself is the hollowing out and the undermining of the thing that the US dollar is premised on in the first place, you're now burning yourself on both ends.
I'll do a slight caveat on that. So you could have an absolute metric F ton of USD out in the world that is, circulating, which would technically be devaluing USD. However, if all those dollars are also producing new industries that are producing more, more GDPs everywhere, and that's the expansion, then that's going to offset the devaluing of the dollar, because all of a sudden it's like, yes, there's more USD, it's dropped in value, but there's more stuff to invest in. So overall, everything, the markets just get deeper and deeper and deeper. The problem is that the markets were getting deeper until they hit certain countries, and now they would, they got the rice sucked up all the market.
Right. Well, and like what has been kneecapping American productive capacity has been regulation. Where's that regulation come from? Well, things like green energy. Well, who does green energy benefit? It doesn't benefit any region in the world that has a massive supply of oil and other natural resources. It benefits the one region in the world that does not, because that one region in the world is as at the behest of everyone else, because they have to import their energy. If they have to import their energy, then it suits them if everybody else is handicapped and not able to take advantage of their domestic resource base. Because if everyone else is able to take advantage of the domestic resource base, the region with the lowest domestic resource base and the highest estimation of themselves is going to be in a real tough spot.
British frigates and submarines being developed now, which are stupid anyways, but more crayon eating for the British military. But anyways, they're building all these new frigates and submarines. Yeah, cool. They're building with French steel. Because they don't have a steel industry.
I just saw I had a headline I was looking at the other day that one of the biggest steel refineries in the UK was shutting down 5 years after an $11.2 billion. They built this plant, and then 5 or 6 years later, they literally are detonating the plant.
Mm-hmm.
So Europe is going to become the UK is going to become a net importer of steel.
Well, even if they didn't, they just mothballed it. Here's the problem: their energy costs are so high.
Mm-hmm.
So even if they could produce the steel, it would bankrupt them just producing it, because their energy costs are at all-time highs because they cut off the Russian supply formally. They're still getting it through subsequent routes. Oh, well, they thought, well, we'll take over Syria, because then Turkey is going to take over Syria and get all those pipelines up and running. Except that Syria is now descended into a hot, massive mess. I remember when everyone was like, "Why did Russia do that to Assad? They left him. They just left Syria to die and stuff like that." And it's like, I think that was actually the best move they could possibly do, because they were like, you know what, fine, you have it.
Did you see?
You're so smart. You fix it.
Did you see Trump's comments about Erdogan and how today he's talking about how impressive Erdogan is and that he's got a ton of respect for him and owned by Bibi, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so America's USD quality has gone down. You can think of it in those terms. Like the quality of the US dollars has gone down. And the only way to improve it is to restrict the international supply. These are two different things. The international supply of dollars and the domestic supply of dollars are different things. Right now, there's way too many international dollars. All of those overseas dollars have to be brought back into America so that America can begin to right-size its own industry. This is going to have an inflationary effect, but it's going to have an inflationary effect on wages as well. And there's things that they can do to kind of game this so they can goose the wages relative to everything else. But the dollars have to come back into America again. We've been exporting so many dollars that we don't even have enough to do all the stuff that we need here. So the only way to improve it is to restrict the international supply, no more bad debt for foreign boondoggles, to goose the domestic supply and restore market stability. Cutting government spending, slashing regulations, boosting domestic production, reducing energy costs, and securing foreign investment while directly monetizing her market through structural paywalls, or tariffs, is the clear and only path forward to restoring stability to the American economy, which will necessarily be a long-term boon to everyone else. Because this is how the system has been constructed. Everybody else needs US dollars, and they need valuable US dollars. They can't have the US dollar system go to hell because they're all leveraged on it.
Oops.
So they need the US to restore the stability and value of the dollar. And this is how you do it. If the US restores that stability and they can again project a confident future, and people are confident investing in the United States because of that future, you get the flywheel effect, which then trickles down and benefits everyone else because of how leveraged into it they are. The only people it will not benefit are those whose quote-unquote wealth was built through exploiting arbitrage games within the intentional structural inefficiencies of the existing model. And who might that be? What characters, of all the characters, all the different people on the chessboard, on the game board here, which ones are defined by amassing the vast majority of their wealth through arbitrage games within the intentional structural inefficiencies of the existing model? That is your empire. Those are the people who this empire serves. And that's not the American people. That's not the British people. That's not the continental European people. That's not the Chinese. That's not the Russians.
Let me explain something. This is from Alex Rayner's work.
Let me read the last sentence here real quick. I just said, the administration has stated this all explicitly for months. That's the other thing. I've never seen an organization be as transparent as they have been. They have delineated this explicitly. It just requires a willingness to hear them. Go ahead.
So, talked earlier about, so Craner writes this out in, and I think his piece is All Roads Lead Back to London or something along those lines. He covers it with Tom Luongo as well. And they were talking about, Alex talking about the timeline of the Bank of England specifically doing bailouts internally when Liz Truss was the prime minister. Remember when AA and all those wonderful elites, our betters really, we're comparing her to a cabbage. Yeah, well, that cabbage is rotting. And by the way, I always love that they poo-poo, Marjorie Taylor Greene or something like that by not being very, they're not being a proper politician. Yet they were comparing their own prime minister to a head of cabbage. Next one. Anyways, so when they were doing that, what Liz Truss was doing was bailing out the Bank of England, basically bailing out their bond markets or their internal Bank of England markets to the tune of something like £4 billion a week.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when they did that big giant bailout just this past summer in August, one of the so this is okay. This is why I'm attacking certain people and not the British people in general. Because here's how the British people got screwed. And AA, if you're listening to this, you're fucked, bud. Because the Bank of England made you, the British taxpayer, a co-signer.
Mm-hmm.
So when they did the bailout, all their investments, if their investments go south, who's on the line for it? Not the Bank of England. So when the bond market collapses, whose property can they seize? Who goes to forfeiture? The British public. This is why they're going after the farmlands and the farmers. This is why Keir Starmer refused to talk to the farmers this week. Why Keir Starmer is doing everything and anything to avoid talking about the economy. Because if this goes south, the next thing they're going to do, or going to try to do, is take all your stuff. This is, you'll own nothing and be happy. That's that. They were expecting it.
What was the phrase that she used? It was something like the unused savings or something like that. They're going to mobilize everyone's unused savings, which means plunder your bank account.
Kamala Harris's plan too, right? Kamala Harris's plan too. The asset forfeiture, all that stuff. Yeah, that was going to be the American plan. They were going to forfeit on the debt and take all your things. All of it. Your land, your house, your car, all of it would be now owned by the state.
Mm-hmm.
Because, by the way, you didn't know it, you didn't vote for it, wasn't part of the agreement. No one, it was on the BBC or something like that, right? You certainly couldn't talk about it online because it's probably anti-Semitic or who knows what. But by the way, they co-signed you without you knowing it. That's how fucked you are, British people. Get it yet?
Mm-hmm.
Is this thing on?
And that plan that you're describing that they had for the Kamala Harris administration as well. You know who else would have been fucked in that? The American banking system, Wall Street,
Private equity group, like the Carlyle Group.
Yes, private equity groups, American defense contractors.
We didn't even bring up Lutnick.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Who just so hang on, let me pull this up. Hang on. Profile bookmarks.
I'll just say this, like the deep-seated American interests would have been the most affected by this plan. This is how you know this is not something fabricated by Americans. This is not something motivated by America. There may be people who are motivating this who have American passports, but that does not make this an American thing. It doesn't suit the interests of any American. It doesn't suit the interests of any American institution. Remember the whole you'll own nothing and you'll like it World Economic Forum thing? One of the slides on it said that there will be no more need for the American military. It'll be replaced by like a global police force.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if I was a person in a position of influence within the American military, I probably wouldn't be very interested in something like that happening.
Yeah, Bill Ackman went off on one. You can pull this up, Matt. I have it here.
Oh yeah, the Lutnick being a bond trader.
I'll just read it from Bill Ackman says, I just figured out why Howard Lutnick is indifferent to the stock market and the economy crashing. He and Cantor are long bonds. Ooh, new term. He profits when our economy implodes. It's a bad idea to pick up a security of commerce whose firm is leveraged long fixed income. It's
irreconcilable.
Thank you. Conflict of interest. Now, we covered this in Taylor's Shadow Empire. Go check it out. First talk with Stormy. We talk about Carlyle Group. We talk about private equity. And here's what private equity does, because they have a lot more money to move around, right? They have basically, because no outside interest can influence their money. It's all their own money. They have their own private ways of generating that money. But the only problem is they lock it in. So they get locked into 5, 10, 15, 20, whatever year programs, right? This is why when Carlyle Group was substantiated after the Cold War during the Reagan administration and going around and buying up all the missile defense systems that were going to go out of business because the Cold War was over suddenly, right? This was started SDI and a whole bunch of Star Wars, Iron Domes, all these wonderful things, right? So that's Carlyle Group's nut. That's where they really make their real substantial monies. They also own Dunkin' Donuts and a whole bunch of other places. So to suggest that private equity groups, Cantor, Carlyle, all these other ones, are not interested in the health and welfare of the American market is either stupid or you're lying.
Mm-hmm.
Lying to the point of evil. We'll put it that way. And I don't know much about Bill Ackman, but I believe that he's not a stupid person.
Mm-mm.
So, what else is he doing?
Yes, and frankly, I mean, number one, it's just like if you were Howard Lutnick, it would be like, you motherfucker, like you're going to question my loyalty to the country. You are going to question my loyalty to the country, because here's the thing, Cantor is for them, they actually having low yields benefits them. It benefits Cantor as well, because low yields increases the value of their portfolio. There was someone, the guy Real PDB or whatever his name is. He's a popular Twitter. I think he's Greek Orthodox. He replied to him and he said, you know who else is long bonds? The U.S. government. The U.S. government sells bonds. The U.S. government wants bonds to be more valuable.
Yeah, because it's how you hold up your entire economy.
Right.
Because you trade on the bonds. You basically do your speculation. The reason why you can run a tax to GDP deficit, reason why you can run these massive deficits is the strength of your bond market. Because your bond market should be tied to assets and should also be tied to, like, how much money you have in the 20, 30, whatever, 5, 10, whatever yields there are. This is why Europe's screwed. Because there's so much of the bond market that's coming up to renewal, and no one has confidence. They're not going to keep buying bonds. In fact, we're starting to see bond sale-outs. We started seeing mass bonds sales back in 2024, and we just started seeing this week. I don't have a clip, but someone had it in the chat somewhere, where on some podcasts they're like, "Wait, what's going on in the bond market? Why are we seeing a sale-out? Why are we seeing sales?" And everyone's speculating what it is, because they're getting their money out, because the thing's about to collapse. Like, collapse. It's gone. Bye. It's not held on anything. I don't even know how to draw on the whiteboard. It's like, this is the thing you really, once I figured this out, it was like, oh shit, okay. Well, not only is that horrible and crazy, or who knows what is going to happen, regardless, it also makes everything else make sense. COVID, the lockdowns, was a way to pump money. Trillions of dollars left the continental United States, left America, and went into where? Private, some of the bigger banks in Europe, HSBC, Deutsche Bank, Bank of England, all these other things. Why? They're pumping the bond market to keep it solvent.
They're bailing out Europe. Yep.
And they locked the entire economy down, so everyone didn't go into hyperinflation, so the markets didn't get heated up, because that much money being generated and pumped and pushed in those areas, if everything else was normalized, would have cooked the entire market, would have capsized things anyways through hyperinflation.
Yeah, they bought themselves some years,
right.
But you got to pay that piper eventually.
Yep.
There's a very interesting thing that someone found here and tagged Tom Luongo in it, which is how I saw it. Now, this is written. This is an ESL person who wrote this article. Eurostat publishes adjusted EU trade balance data.
That's it. That was the thing I was referencing before, and I was trying to find it. I didn't know
So the incredible case of EU trade balance published by Eurostat versus Trading Economics. Are they different data? We know perfectly well that the EU trade balance is the litmus test of the end of the euro. If it goes into red, there is no money to pay the bills. Could it be that, by chance, we caught Eurostat with its hand in the cookie jar statistically? So the highly respected site, tradingeconomics.com, publishes two sets of data on the EU trade balance. One based on Eurostat data, the other reporting directly the data published by Eurostat on this EU balance. Be aware that these two numbers incredibly diverge. You can see it below. One is positive in January of 2025, the other negative. Same reference date. Be careful not to confuse this data with that of the Eurozone, which is the EU of 20 countries that adopt the euro. The EU instead refers to the 27 EU countries, not all with the euro. In fact, there is another figure, the Eurozone trade balance, that is the 20 euro countries. So in the total three values, which we report below, click on each image to connect to the data or site in question. So you can see here, European Union recorded a trade deficit of 54, what would this be? 5.4 trillion? 5.4, or how many is this? This is 5,411 million. 5,411 million. Anyway, large number. In January of 2025, balance of trade in European Union averaged half that from 99 till 2025, reaching an all-time high of 29,544 in December 2016 and a record low in August of 2022.
That's sorry, go back up. So that August dip?
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
That's what I was talking about. That coincides directly when they had to do that pump of the Bank of England did the pump, and that was almost where the British bond market almost went under.
And I remember they were just talking about one of the British counselors or whatever their weird offices said something about how they were going to be prepared to start redeeming Ukrainian war bonds at par.
Right.
Which is insane.
Yeah.
These Ukrainian war bonds for this war that has been lost. The whole the idea was we're going to sell these bonds to finance this war with the understanding that the outcome of this war will be we take control of all of this collateral. which we can then monetize to pay back the bondholders. Well, now the war is lost. They don't have access to the collateral. So what they're saying is, we're just going to turn our currency into toilet papers to make you good, to get you to buy the next bonds. So we're going to redeem, we're going to give you pounds 1-to-1 for this worthless debt, completely trash our currency so that we make you good again, so that you'll turn around and you'll buy more bonds from us.
Well, again, this is going back to Craner's work, is that they basically had to do they almost had to rewrite policy to sell, because they were selling these bonds at negative yields. So essentially, if you're holding onto one of these bonds, you owe them money. Okay?
Yes.
Now they package these things through guarantees and other monetary incentives and other deals, and basically force a lot of these companies, coerce them to buy these bonds at negative yields, which is insane, right? It's basically saying, like, Matt's like, I'm going to sell you this thing. I'm like, hey, cool, awesome. I mean, I don't really want it though. He's like, no, it's cool. I mean, okay, so you're going to give me this thing, like, you can cash it in whenever you want. And okay, what happens when I cash in? Oh, I'll owe you money. So wait, I bought it, I paid you $100, and then I'm going to owe you another $100 on top of it when I cash it. What?
Yep.
What are you talking about? No, I don't want that deal. And they're like, no, but don't worry, because we're going to sweeten the deal for you. Don't worry, we'll get you on the back end.
They're charging they're charging the bondholders for the privilege of holding the bonds, rather than paying them to hold the bonds. They're charging them to hold the bonds,
right?
And now the bonds are worthless.
The bonds were worthless in the
right.
They were sold worthless, but with promises, and now the promises are worthless.
This says, apart from the fact that all three values, however, have a strongly negative trend, the one elaborated on Eurostat data this is an ESL thing, but amends the one officially published by Eurostat reports an EU trade balance already negative in January of 2025. Basically, they're fucking with the data to try to obscure just how bad it is. We expect this negative non-Eurostat trade balance to be repeated, and indeed it amplifies even in the months to come, even more so with Trump's duties that will largely block exports to America, a trend that we believe will also consolidate in subsequent monthly elaborations. Then there's the end of US dollar LIBOR. There's the LIBOR SOFR thing. I've seen Phil Gibson is yelling about it in the chat. LIBOR expired at the end of March. The last LIBOR-denominated contracts, or 6-month contracts, they expired at the end of March. It's no coincidence they expired March 31st, and Liberation Day was April 2nd. Because now we're fully transitioned over to SOFR. America now controls the value of the dollar, and we're bringing the dollars back. So we are sucking all of the liquidity out of the European market. At the same time that they're going bankrupt. So they're going bankrupt and having their liquidity sucked away at the same time.
Like all of it. This is something that, for any European listeners listening, it's not like Greece in 2008, 2010 is going to look like a picnic for you. Like austerity, like here's the thing I just wrote down, and we may spin off this too. I think the sticking point for a lot of Europeans, again, I'm not talking about the average person, I'm talking about, who I'm talking about. I think they have this libertarian idea that they have the right to prosperity. And it's like, guess what, Buttercup? Nobody has that right. Nobody. Now, you've been granted prosperity. You've been given it on a silver plate. And what you do? You turned your nose up at it. You scorn people.
You look the gift horse in the mouth.
Yeah, and you acted really indignant about it, to the point where you just ignore people and spit on people and all that stuff. Cool. Well, now your little right to prosperity is being taken from you. I put my straw in your milkshake and I'll drink from it. That's what's happening. There will be blood, my friends, because all your little prosperity metrics, all your nice things, your health, your NHS, and all that stuff. Bye. Now, here's where it gets weird, and here's where it can get really scary. And we'll say a prayer for Europe right now, because, and I don't know if this is going to happen, but I've speculated this could happen, and I see no reason why it couldn't at this point. there might come a day, and very, very soon, when a whole bunch of people wake up and they find out their retirement packages and everything that they thought they were working towards is gone. Finished. Never coming back. Kaput. What happens to your security people?
Mm-hmm.
If you're a cop, you take this job, high risk job. But the idea is you work hard. You do your 20 years and you get your early retirement. So then you can get your, you get your stipend and all that stuff, and you can go work, side jobs after that. It's not a bad deal if you don't get shot. Well, what if they wake up one day and find out all that stuff they were working towards gone? Your pilots and all the other people who again do all this really high stressful work with the expectation of nice little packages at the end, those packages are gone. What happens then?
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe if you live in a small town, not so bad. People will rally. You live in a big city, cannibal holocaust.
Yep. If you live in a big city in Europe, you got a GTFO. I mean, and to a similar extent in the United States, like the United States is not going to be immune from this, but it's not going to, the epicenter of the explosion is going to be in Europe. And us being closely tied at the hip with Europe means we're going to feel a lot of it. But the epicenter of it is not going to be here. It's going to be so much worse in Europe. And that doesn't make me happy. I don't like the sound of that. I think it's an atrocity. But I also think that it's an atrocity that they have brought upon themselves. The European leadership has manufactured this problem. And past American leadership has participated in that. But that's not the responsibility of the existing American leadership. The existing American leadership is saying, we're not going to participate in that world anymore. For our sake, and by us doing it for our sake, it downstream benefits you guys. But in order to ensure that the explosion you guys have engineered doesn't take us all down, we need to withdraw ourselves. We need to preserve our own integrity so that we're there when shit goes sideways. And ultimately, what the continuing on this article, it said the possibility of creating dollars out of thin air in Europe independently from the Fed has ended. In general, all this means, in combination, lack of dollars in Europe to pay dollar bills. So bills in dollars. They're not going to have the dollars anymore to pay those bills. You'll see it soon, and therefore the EU trade balance is in collapse, two sides of the same coin.
So just really briefly, this is also why any speculation about 90-day liens on the Trump putting a pause 90 days. Look, the reason why you have the tariffs is to get to reshore American USD. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's the tariffs. No other reason. They're taking that money that's offshore and bringing it back home aggressively.
Mm-hmm.
If he doesn't do it, the thing that's going to happen is going to happen anyways.
Yes.
There's no stopping it. All those bonds, even if a fraction, a relatively small amount, 10%, 5%, come to maturity and everyone extracts that money, the bond market collapses. Again, quadrillions of dollars, infinity money, held up on trillions of dollars of assets. There's not enough assets in the world to keep this thing going. It's impossible. It's gone overboard. It's gone. Forget about it.
Wile E. Coyote has run off the edge of the cliff.
Yes, and he's just looked down.
Yep.
We know what happens next. So whether Trump does the tariffs or not is now just a question of how much money that the America can reshore to secure itself. This is why I think, America's going to go through some hardships. And in terms, it depends how you define hardships. It's like they won't have really cheap consumer goods anymore. Like T-shirts are the biggest thing we have to care about, or gadgets, or whatever. That's going to be gone, sure, or made so ludicrously expensive that you forget about it. And there'll be a readjustment period. But I think out of all the places, America's going to sail through this because of what they've been able to do with Bitcoin. And I know, Matt, you've been doing a lot of work with that. They've been basically almost doing a parallel bond market through Bitcoin. and what they're doing with the reshoring of financing, that's what's going to, I think, get them through it. And so, yeah, the only people who are actually, I think, going to get really hurt are the people who, not the very top, obviously, and not the very bottom, and are people who have don't have that much. It's that in that middle part, that upper middle class part, right, where that's who gets crunched. A lot of celebrities going to be crying because they don't really generate money. Their money is all tied up in these systems, and a lot of those systems are going to go poof, gone, finito. So,
couple super chats, and then we'll get back to this. Hermetica Gemini sent a member chat and said, listen to Matt since 2021. So much has changed in my life since I follow our one true king. Thank you for speaking truth about realities. Godspeed. Well, thank you, man. It's good to have you around. Thank you for being a member. Thank you for being a member of the King Pill Discord. You can go join that at kingpill.com. Much more to come there as well. And then he has another one here. He put this very, very well. Another super chat, $5. He says, member chat above, economics worshippers will say the bartender is doing you a favor by using your house as collateral for your discount beer tab. That's perfect. That's perfect. Back to the AA talking about the, like, you know, the whatever Milton Friedman economic stuff. You're using your house as collateral for your discount beer tab is just this is America is just getting off scot-free. Look at that. They're getting free beer right now. They just had to put their house up as collateral for their beer. So talking about the collapse of Europe and what that's going to mean, and I think part of the reason, to add on to what you were saying about America surviving this better, we got 109 viewers right now. Hit the like button, folks. 109. Oh, dropped to 108. No, we got to go to 110. Come on, share the show. You got to get someone else in here. We got to get past 109.
No, 120. What are we talking about? We should be really hitting 200. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, frankly, yeah. How many countries are there in the world?
There's two of us. Come
on. Part of the reason why, again, we're talking about what the United States actually exports. It exports its market. Like, this is the great asset that the United States has. It's our system of property rights. It's our legal code, our legal structure, our business environment here. This is what's ultimately going to enable us to navigate through this crisis period as the cleanest, as the least dirty shirt of the bunch. Because of what the Trump administration is doing. Number one, bringing all of these dollars back. So there's going to be a whole lot of dollars to go around. For the people who want to go out and grab them some dollars to start doing stuff with, those dollars are going to be there. And then also slashing all of the regulations, driving down energy prices, and cutting government spending, and incentivizing re-leveraging of the private sector. So they're actually, the goal here isn't to get rid of debt. The goal here is to flush out all of the bad debt and transition to a system with good debt, with helpful, with useful debt that doesn't turn into a millstone. And the United States is uniquely qualified to do that, both because of the depth of the capital markets, because of the structure of our economy, and the fact that we, as regulated as we are, a lot of our regulatory red tape can be rather simply cut through. If you have the guy with the political power and the will and the know-how to slice through the Gordian knot, you could do that in the United States. It's not even conceivably possible in Europe. There is no way that Europe could reorganize themselves in a short enough period of time to be able to bootstrap the productivity to produce their way out of this debt spiral. It's just not even conceivably possible. Which means, ultimately, what the Euro bros need to come to grips with is the fact that their leadership has sold them out so thoroughly that their only option here is to be purchased in bankruptcy court by America. That's their option. They can be purchased in bankruptcy court by America, or they can be purchased in bankruptcy court by Russia. Those are or China. Russia and China, both Eastern powers. So Europe is going to wind up subservient. They're going to wind up losing their illusion of sovereignty because they no longer will have the base to be able to even create the pretense of it. And within that context, I think these comments from Elon Musk here are very, very interesting.
I hope that I hope that the United States and Europe can establish a very close partnership. We obviously are, there's an alliance already, but I'm hopeful that there can be a very close relationship with America and Europe. And I'm hopeful, for example, with the tariffs, that at the end of the day, I hope it is agreed that both Europe and the United States should move, ideally, in my view, to a zero tariff situation, effectively creating a free trade zone between Europe and North America. And that would be that's what I hope occurs. And also more freedom of people to move between Europe and North America, if they wish. If they wish to work in Europe, or wish to work in America, they should be allowed to do so, in my view. So that has certainly been my advice to the president.
Now, you have a video that you're sharing that I'm going to pull up here in just a second. Before we get to that, because this is kind of building on and elaborating on what Elon just said. This other comment from Elon is very interesting, not necessarily directly applicable, but it is kind of applicable, particularly in light of the great H-1B debate at Christmas time.
Yes, the mass immigration is insane and will lead to the destruction of any country that allows unfettered mass immigration. That country will simply cease to exist. At the end of the day, it is a numbers game, a numbers situation. If there are 8 billion people in the world, and let's say you're a country of 50 million, 60 million, or for a medium-sized country, but even for a country like the United States, which is 350 million, given that there are 8 billion people in the world, it only takes a few percent of the rest of the world to move to the country to where it is no longer that country. A country is not its geography. A country is its people. This is a fundamental concept that is truly obvious. I mean, if you took the people of Italy and you teleported the people of Italy to, say, some part of the United States, it would still be Italy. But if you teleported a bunch of people from some other part of the world to Italy, where they're telling people no longer because they've been teleported to America, then the region, the geographic region, would no longer be Italy. It would be that other country. A country is its people, not its geography.
Well, remember when I was saying that every civilization needs a ratio?
Mm-hmm.
A ruler, a religion, and a region. And in a region, I would say that includes the people.
Mm-hmm.
Because in ancient cultures, the idea that the people and the land were one.
Yes.
So that's what every civilization needs, and they need a strong one. They need a strong ruler or rulership, an idea of who rules and how that structure is, and everyone's agreed, no conflict. A religion that holds them together in terms of not just what you should do now, but what you're going to be doing in the future. Tradition informs the future as much as it tells you the past. And that region is held together by your borders and by the people themselves. If you erode any of those three pillars, or all three, you no longer have a civilization, because it falls into discord. Now you can take out maybe one, right? Spain kind of lost its region for a bit. Didn't have a ruler technically, but was a ruler in escrow. But it still had its religion. It still had its people, and they kept that alive. Ukraine and many other places have maybe sometimes lost its sense of border, its sense of country, but it still had the people, still had its religion, still had its culture. These things can be maintained. It can be brought back to life. But if you erode all three, you're done.
Mm-hmm.
Finito. Bye.
Yeah, like if you imagine, I don't know, like a comet hitting the mainland United States and just renders the continent uninhabitable, and I don't know, 5 million people survive, and they take refuge in Central and South America and begin the process of repopulating that area. That area would become America. The place, the continental United States geographic location would no longer be America, because it
We
wouldn't
know
have the
this-
people.
We know this in micro senses. There's Chinatowns.
Yes.
Okay, you go to Chinatown, no matter where you are in North America specifically, you go to a Chinatown, it looks like China. Or the best representation it can do with the architecture of the inhabiting city. Right? People speak Chinese there. Chinese culture, tons of Chinese people. You know? Koreatown, Jamaica Town, all those little towns. Toronto's full of them. That's where the people are. That's you're literally walking into that country when you go there. Now, it's within a city, so it's still subservient to the meta culture, technically. But if that starts to spread out, as we see in places like in Toronto or in Ontario, where entire areas, Brampton used to be, when I was living there back in the 90s, it used to be a joke. It was called, Brampton, Bramley, so it was Bramladesh. Because it was just such a heavy East Indian population there that it no longer was resembling a North American Canadian town.
I need to
Suburb,
get a
whatever.
soundboard with a train horn on it.
Oh, can you hear that? I don't know. Can you hear that?
No, I
Or
could
you
hear it
can-
I could
no?
just hear it through your microphone.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Get a Steam Deck. It's fun. But you have to use it on OBS. But yeah. So we know this to be true. It's not rocket science. At the same time, this is what has led us to this point where everyone just pretend like this is the thing I hate about liberalism the most. And once I kind of had that moment of realization, and I throw a lot of shit people's way, but I have shit on my shoes too, right? Like I was a liberal for a lot longer than a lot of people in the chat were even alive. So blame me, whatever, fine. But the thing that I realize is that it's not just so bad that they lie, is that they make you believe the lie, and they make you speak the lie, and you live the lie. So it's like, yeah, they're evil and shitty, but you're a schmuck.
Yeah.
And you realize that I got like 32 years of schmuck built up that I got to get rid of. This is why I'm saying return, repent, redeem. Especially when it comes to religion. It's that, I'll take a shot at the Protestants and this and that because I think sometimes it's warranted. At the same time, it's like I'm the worst sinner. It's down on me, man. And that's why, when I say Monica the prodigal son, I'm talking to me. That we got to return, repent, redeem, and do it continuously to make it stick, because I got decades of sin to answer for. So, if you ever hear me, tisking on the main, trust me, I'm well aware of my baggage that I'm bringing to it.
All right, let me share a couple things here, and then we'll get to that video of yours. First of all, a couple of threads here, some comments from Labrador Skeptic. This first one's from April 3. Says there's some weird stuff going on with tariffs in Europe and Canada. People are angry. They want to lash out. They want to not buy anything American while not investing any money in America. Dudes, hello? When America gets a cold, the rest of the world gets pneumonia. What that well-known saying applies to is recessions. The U.S. is the center of the Western economy. When the center gets a recession, the peripheries get much worse. So if other nations stop buying American while cutting off the flow of money, that may push the U.S. into recession. Yay! That will teach those Yankee bastards a lesson. High fives. Except the U.S. in a recession in combination with exports mean that Europe and Canada go into much deeper recessions. We gradually replace much of what we imported while you never replace your exports. So the harder you try to slap us in the face, the worse you get hurt in a depression that could become permanent long after we've recovered. Hope it's worth it and you feel better. Yay! Teach us a lesson. And then he says, a couple days later, this is today, he says, as we reach tariffs week 2, it's important to keep relative strength in mind. The USD is gaining versus most currencies, including euro and Canadian dollar. For stocks, Asia is currently off about 7%. Europe is off about 4%. US futures are off about 2%. America has the upper hand. And then he continues, American-induced global economic changes are moving from a female phase to a male phase. The female phase that was dominant on X was all about hurt feelings, screaming, and hysterics. We'll teach those Americans a lesson. Now we're moving to actual economic power and actions. Who
Sound
has
familiar?
the actual power? Who holds the whip hand? It was easy for politicians to pander and whip up anti-American sentiments, but now things get real. Want to scream and say mean things but not make a deal? Shame about that economy you used to have. The other really interesting thing is that there is a competition of sorts going on. Part of the world is saying they will make deals. Other nations are insisting they will fight. So trade flows will redirect to those willing to deal in reality. This is... Go ahead.
You know who's also going to have the most massive redemption arc in about I don't know, 6 to 8 months? White men.
Mm-hmm.
White men are going to suddenly be amazing. Oh my goodness, sun shining out of our freaking ass.
Mm-hmm.
Because white men, by the way, have a history of running into fires, not away from them.
Yes.
Shouted Buck Johnson. That's a white thing to do.
Yeah.
I'm not saying other people and other races can't do it. I'm just simply saying it's innate in us. You know why? Christendom. It affects the DNA of the people.
Yes. This is the whole. So okay, we're getting off, but we got all night. If you thinking strictly from just like a I don't know, science brained secular, generic social atheist or whatever. If you just consider genetics and you think, okay, I have a group of people who are all genetically similar. They all live in a given region, given latitude and longitude, given climate, given foods. Like you notice there are people with doing different diet tests and stuff have found that Scandinavian people are able to better metabolize the types of foods that would occur naturally there. Whereas tropical people can better metabolize the things that are naturally found there. What this means is that your physical location and the practices you engage in every day, the things you eat, the things you do with your body, the harmonic frequencies you're exposed to, the latitude and longitudinal pressures and altitude, all these different things make a genetic imprint on you. So if you get a nation of Christians where you have a whole bunch of people who all participate in this sort of practice, they all live together, they all are subject to all of these same forces, they all have a similar diet, then Christianity, after a few generations, is going to become genetic. It's not simply a brain thing that gets passed on from person to person. It's a genetic tradition. Christianity is a race.
What also made this really clear, Mano, again, shout out to Mano, study of stuff. I think he talked about this on Buck's show, or he talked about it on my show as well. He started looking into what they were doing in Romania, and I won't get into all the nitty gritties because it's pretty horrific and it's still land. But they're basically doing sort of demonic Eucharists with human feces and forcing Orthodox practitioners and even church fathers to partake. And one of the speculations here is that they were actually trying to divorce man from God. Like they were trying to rip God, not just make man disbelieve or turn from God, but like literally rip God, rip the image bearer status from him.
Yes.
And they couldn't do it. In fact, one of the church fathers who survived all of it talked about how it brought him closer to God. That in the torture he saw Satan, but in the silence he saw God. So when they put him in solitary confinement for a long, long time, that's where he met God. And became a priest afterwards. So I mentioned before, you can't attrition the Russians. Russia is an Orthodox country.
Yep.
Always was, even during the Soviets. They couldn't get rid of it. What does Orthodox Christianity put at one of its highest principles? Suffering.
Yep.
Understanding suffering. We ritualize suffering. Lent.
Yep.
Is to suffer.
Yep.
Voluntarily. To voluntarily give up food. It's so voluntary that technically, it's not even really technically a sin to break your fast. I mean, it is and it isn't. It's a murky one. I don't like. I should be careful with my language, but I'm saying is like, that's not what's going to put you in hell.
Right.
Right. So it's totally voluntary.
And if
can
you
break
don't,
your fast whenever.
if you don't voluntarily suffer, you will involuntarily suffer.
Right. So the only way to understand and contextualize suffering is to voluntarily do it and to understand that this is going to bring you closer to God every single time. So you take a people for thousands of years, this is caked into their identity. Everything that they have, everything that they know, all their entire civilization is based on this religion that holds them together. And like you said, it's into genetics, epigenetics, into the front of being of these people. And you're going to try to make them quit by making them suffer? Good luck.
You just make them stronger.
Yeah, because something in them, even if they're not religious, even if they're the most atheist Russian on the face of the planet, something in them is going to activate and go, no, bring it. Good.
Because they are genetically Christian.
Exactly.
Yes, yes. And so this is the $5 super chat here from Spud Ruckus. She says, please pray for our European brothers and sisters amongst hostile populations. That's the other element, is that all of the hostile populations that have been imported in there in the midst of all of this. This is tough love, but what's happening now, all of the suffering that's coming for our European brothers and sisters is a grace. They are going to have to learn to suffer. And that is a grace given to them by God.
It was going to be much worse.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the crazy thing. This thing
this
that
is
they're
the
about
easy
to go
way
through,
out.
Yeah, this gives them. We'll see how things play out, right? Who knows? But at least the opportunity here is to come out of it and not be whatever the hell the Davos, we'll call them Davos crowd, wanted to do. And we know what they wanted to do. They said it very clearly. They wanted to reduce the Earth's population down to about 500 million people.
Mm-hmm.
That was their plan. Now, I've said a lot of things about Elon Musk, and I'm pretty shady about that guy on many levels. But here's one thing that he said, and I actually do believe, because he's done a lot of things that make me think that this is true. He's pro-natalist.
Mm-hmm.
So at least, even if he is a demon, he's a demon who wants to see more human beings. Now, maybe because he's got horrible plans for that too. Maybe. We'll see how it plays out. But I do know that that group of demons wanted to mass exterminate people. Canadian healthcare across the board. So that seems really, really bad. The other stuff, I don't know what's going to be. But by not knowing, maybe that's ignorance is bliss. And I'm just rolling the dice on that direction. But it seems to be a bit more hopeful that way. And I got a daughter, so I got to worry about that. So I'm more on the. I would rather be more affiliated with the not reduce the human population out of 500 million people and hope maybe to be one of those 500 million people. And I mean, what would life be for those people, anyways?
Mm-hmm.
Probably not great, but you know.
Yeah, you're not gonna have a global supply chain.
Right.
This thought from Mellon. We're gonna take another digression here. He says they believe if they can kill a people off, they will kill that God. Now, what's interesting here is there is a truth to this. This is the so the gods, the little g gods of the nation. This is true because the people are the expression of that God. That's what gives that God purchase on reality. That God expresses, that little g God expresses itself through the people who are held in sway to it. If you kill those people, or you put more broadly, if you eliminate that connection between the God and the people, the God dies because he no longer has a manifestation in the world. So when the children of Israel were sent to purge all of the giant clans, this is part of what they were doing. When they killed the clan, that didn't necessarily mean they murdered all of the people there. It meant all of those people were no longer beholden to their God. So they were no longer the same people. They were a different people. They were beholden to Yahweh. Now, here's the thing. They believe they can do this to Christians. If they kill all the Christians, if they kill all the Christian people, they kill the Christian God. And this is why the incarnation is so significant. Because God himself is a human being. He has been killed already. He died and he rose again. So he cannot. You cannot destroy Christianity by killing all the people, because Christ is a person.
Also, part of the covenant, and remember that Christ is the new covenant. Mary is the ark. Part of the new covenant is that the church will never be truly destroyed.
Right.
Christ has said that. That's
Right.
like they can
close.
try all they want, but they can maybe reduce it down to one church in the world.
Well, and because
Right.
it's definitional. In order to kill the church, to kill the body of Christ, you would have to kill Christ, and they already did, and he rose again. So by definition, they cannot succeed. This is the great hope that we have as Christians, that God became man. This is such a revolutionarily profound idea. God became man and bound humanity to himself. And they killed God. God willingly died and then rose again. Because of that, then, as we bind ourselves to him, when we die, we don't die.
Death shall have no
Really kind
dominion.
of that simple.
Yep.
Okay, so let's see here. There's a video here I want to play of this German MEP talking about the globalitarian misanthropist. But first, let's do a little compare and contrast of the two visions here. So I'm going to share this screen of the screen share you have, and we'll watch this, and we can talk about it, and then we'll compare and contrast with what this other woman says.
Oh, Cyprian, he's back.
Oh.
Yeah, congratulations, Cyprian.
Yeah,
he just had a baby.
Many years.
Yeah,
I haven't listened to anything Cyprian said in a very long time, so this is very interesting to see.
Well, I think he's been quiet since Royal Path went off the air, but I think also because
I didn't even know it did.
Yeah, I just saw an announcement that he's brought the third child into the world. So many years and congratulations.
Mm-hmm.
So let's hear what he says about the title of this video is "You Are Thinking About Trump's Tariffs All Wrong."
There's no audio.
There's no audio. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That might be a screen share issue. You might have to pull this up. Hang on.
Yeah. Why is it doing that?
Select window screen. It does this with OBS as well.
If need be, you can just send me the link in the private chat down here, and then I can just share it.
Yeah, let's try one more time. But it might just be a.
Okay, yeah, it's not working. So just send it to me. Yeah.
No. Okay. Sorry, folks. Where's the private chat? There we go. Okay, there you go.
Okay. Pull this over here, and then.
Okay, while you do that, I'm just going to get some water. Be right.
Okay. And then share screen. Share. Okay, so again, the title here is "You Are Thinking About Trump's Tariffs All Wrong."
Trump's tariffs, here we go. 5 minutes, very, very quickly. You are misunderstanding what's going on because you are not thinking of these tariffs in the context that they were created. You are thinking of tariffs in the context of imports of goods into the United States. That's not what it's about. It's about export of dollars, US dollars, from the United States. When we talk about a trade deficit, which is what these tariffs are meant to address, the trade deficit is about export of US dollars being higher than import of US dollars from another country. What is import of US dollars? How do we get US dollars back from outside of the country? We get them back by exporting our goods, by selling our goods in exchange for US dollars, and US companies get that money to come back in. What is going on with US dollars? Well, if we were to just look at paper currency, the vast majority of it is not inside the borders of the United States. 60% of all US dollar notes, physical notes, are outside the borders of the United States. 80% of paper $100 bills are outside of the borders of the United States. If you were to take all of the foreign currency reserves of every country in the world and you added them up, the majority is in US dollars. That is outside of the control of the United States or United States entities. So how do we get the dollars back? Well, we would need to sell our goods to them in order to get our dollars back after we had sent our dollars to them in exchange for their goods. But what happens if they put up barriers such that we cannot sell our goods to them? Then we cannot get the dollars back. But we have to have dollars. We have to have dollars to keep our economy running because this is the U.S. It runs on U.S. dollars. What happens if you don't have U.S. dollars?
That right there. The U.S. economy runs on U.S. dollars. And the majority of U.S. dollars do not exist within the United States. And this is structural. This is intentional. This has been designed this way explicitly. This is why the whole, like, if I have $100,000 and I buy a $5 sandwich, then it doesn't matter. I get a sandwich and I have...
Where's my crayon?
We're talking about the entire nation, the economy of the entire nation that runs on these dollars. And the majority of these dollars exist outside the borders of the nation. So the nation does not have sufficient dollars to operate itself accordingly. And furthermore, this process of siphoning the dollars outside the nation has a collateral damage, which is exporting our ability to produce things to get those dollars back. So the inevitable trajectory of this is all dollars are removed from the United States. So the United States can no longer function because it does not have the dollars that it runs on because they've all been exported. Imagine if the U.S. Economy ran on dollars and 100% of the dollars existed outside the U.S. economy. That's the trajectory that we're on. And as long as this system is sustained the way it is right now, as he's about to say here, the only way to get more dollars inside the United States is to print them. When those dollars have been printed in the past, it was not printed for the sake of America. They were printed for the sake of interests outside America. They're the ones who were the ultimate recipients of those dollars. And it was only incidental that they may have come back into the United States. So the dollars are being siphoned away from America. This is the purpose of the trade regime as it has existed to this point. And what Trump is doing is inverting that. So instead of the rest of the world being paywalled and America being free to get into, and America, quote unquote, America goes out and forces everybody into the globalist economy that is rooted in the American economy, it's being inverted. Now, everybody else will be cheaper to get into. Their economies will be cheaper to get into. The American economy will be more expensive to get into because it is the most important economy. And as much as anybody yells and howls and screeches, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what the price of the American economy is. Other nations will pay the fee to get in. The cover charge, the paywall. It's that valuable. And the more people pay to get into it, the more valuable it gets. So now the value of the U.S. economy is not going to be it being exported everywhere else. It's flipped around. Now it's valuable because everyone's trying to get in.
You're going to need to print money. This is not at issue. You can go back and read the nature and necessity of paper currency by Benjamin Franklin in the 1720s. He's the first person to print currency in the United States. Why did he print them? Because there were not enough dollars. What dollars am I talking about? The U.S. doesn't exist at that time. I'm talking about Spanish silver dollars, the Spanish peso. That's what was used. That was the global reserve currency. That's what the U.S. dollar is based on, by the way. The dollar is in the U.S. Constitution twice. That word can't be referring to the U.S. dollar because the U.S. didn't exist. It's referring to the Spanish silver dollar. There weren't enough of them in Massachusetts or any of the colonies, and so Ben Franklin started printing money. It's the same reason that we print it today. How do we print it, though? We basically go into debt. So the only way that we're able to get our U.S. dollars back to our country is we have to basically sell our treasuries. We have to go into debt in order to get China and the rest to come back and give us our dollars. So that means instead of having a flat situation where we were exporting to them and importing our dollars back, we now can only import our dollars by selling debt, which puts the country in debt. That's where your inflation comes from. These tariffs, important part about them, they are reciprocal tariffs. So that means that any country that doesn't want to have a tariff doesn't have to have a tariff. Have a 0% tariff on U.S. goods so that the dollars inside your country can come back into the U.S., and we will put 0% tariffs on you. And then that's the same thing as being within the United States. So you just became a part of the American empire. Welcome. Nice to see you. This is the war. This is the new colonialism, and we're using the dollar to.
Bingo. This is how America actually becomes the American empire. We've had an American empire, which consists of America being forced on everyone else. Now it's flipping around, and this is going to be an America that's going somewhere, and anybody is welcome to go there with us. And if you go there with us, if you choose to come alongside us by engaging in this partnership, you will effectively become part of us. And I suspect, knowing Cyprian, that he would have strong opinions about the morality or the ethics of this, sure, or whatever. Leaving that aside, I think that debate is an interesting academic debate to have that is irrelevant to the course of history. This is the new order. This is the natural emergent process that was going to happen based on the latent incentive structures.
Well, and we'll do it briefly because I think we can, as it stands right now, what do you think is the more moral situation? Having America in control of America, including its finance, its markets, its military, and all the rest of it, that's fully American, that it can be in some ways influenced or controlled at least a little bit by American people, right? Mm-hmm. And we can hope and pray for the goodness of the American people and maybe restore Christianity there and see how that happens. Because again, we're talking about genetic Christianity. So people who are genetically Christian, even if they're crown-eating Protestants or something like that, it's still there, right? Still baked in. So do you think there might be better at dealing with their military and applying force and all the rest of it? Or do you think it's better to have America be controlled by this shadow empire that is the remnants of the British Empire, that is controlled by a lot of old European families, and I believe that they're all, let's say, not Christian.
Mm. Yes.
And no, not just the Jews. I'm talking about straight up Satanism.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are there occult people and stuff and weird people involved in America right now? Absolutely. But if you got 99 problems, getting rid of one satanic death cult might be a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because those are the guys who've been calling the shots.
So here is the depiction of those guys from this German MEP. Her name is Christine Anderson. And this is the alternative. And I wanted to frame these two together in this order because anyone who wants to protest about this new order, this new American-dominated order, this new American empire, where everyone else is basically forced by necessity to buy into it rather than having it imposed upon them, if you don't like that, Euro bro, China bro, whatever you are, if you don't like that, you have your own leadership to thank, because your leadership created this system using America in this way, sold it to Americans on the basis of, ooh, you get lots of cheap shit in the short term. Just borrow the money. We'll give it to you. Don't worry about it. Just borrow the money. Just borrow it. Get all the great stuff that you want. Live high on the hog. Have your movies and your whatever. Just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This is the retribution. I'm not saying this is America executing vengeance upon the world. I'm saying this reality of the rest of the world being forced to formally bend the knee to America versus informally bending the knee to a carve-out of America that's being held up as a facade for the shadow empire. This America is God's vengeance upon that shadow empire. being forced to submit yourself to the American empire is the price that must be paid by that shadow empire and the people caught in their sway?
Good question. I don't know who's doing it. I really don't. I can tell you it's not Ursula von der Leyen. She is not making any decisions. It's not Bill Gates. It's not even Klaus Schwab, right? They're not the ones calling the shots, because they're the idiots that hang their face in the camera and advocate for all of this nonsense and you know, this totalitarian crap. So it's not them. But who it is, I really don't know. I have no idea. And I usually refer to them, for the lack of a better word, as the globalitarian misanthropists, right? So there is a group of people.
Despair.
Yes. What she said was globalitarian misanthropists, which is a pretty good term.
Yeah, it's fine. Merchants of despair. Way better.
Yes.
I have no idea who they are, but they're the ones calling the shots. And our elected governments are mere puppets. They're just, you know, pretty much implementing whatever they come up with. To what end and what their goal is, to me, it seems quite obvious. It is to ultimately erect a one world government and to transform our liberal, open, democratic, equal societies consisting of free individuals into some kind of a collectivism where the individual is becoming merely a malleable part that can be shuttled around any which way the globalitarian misanthropists need you to be shoveled around, right? So, yeah, but it's to ultimately erect a one world government. And that is, by the way, the reason the EU even exists, right?
This is a very good point. This part of the reason I wanted to play this is like the first part of this clip is kind of, okay, whatever. You got your globalitarian misanthropists, and I don't know who they are, and they're coming after our free liberal individuals, yada, 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 yada. This point that she's making about the EU being a test run for the rest of this, I think, is the most important takeaway from this. And again, this is where this came from. This did not come from the United States. This came from Europe. This was built. This whole thing was conceived in Europe. The entire incentive structure of all of it could only inevitably benefit Europe at the expense of everyone else. This is the Great Grand Suicide Pact that was developed, and now the price that they're going to have to pay for developing the Suicide Pact and trying to get America looped in on it and using America as the fist that they punch everyone else with. The price they're now going to have to pay is being made subservient to who they see as the hired help.
Right. So looking at Europe, we're living here on this rather small continent with so many different cultures, traditions, histories, languages even. And the European peoples are proud people. They are. You would have never been able to convince them to just surrender their national state and relinquish national sovereignty to a one world government. They would have never gone along with this. But since they pulled in the EU institutions, right, it's a stepping stone. So it's like, and it's under the pretext of, oh, we've been fighting so many wars on this continent, which is true. And we need to stop this. And the way to do it, we need to come together as Europe and as the EU institutions, right? It's just a stepping stone. So once they are relinquishing ever more competencies to the EU institutions, it's only a small step to then, okay, now we go to the one world government or whatever, right? So, but you need to condition the Europeans to be willing.
You have any thoughts directly on that?
Yeah, I think so. This is something I'm still struggling and wrestling with. Because while I agree with the narrative, right, as presented. It's like I read the book and I go, yes, the book, the Lord of the Rings, great, right? But I don't think the meaning is in the narrative. Because this is why I started calling them merchants of despair. Because when I started looking into these groups, Tales of Shadow Empire, go buy a copy over on Gumroad. But when I started looking into them, what really hit me was that these people are sitting on trillions and trillions of dollars. Like bond market, all that stuff, put that aside. Without all that stuff, they're sitting on trillions. And more wealth, more power, more influence, more global technology, all the rest of it than any other kings and emperors of the past. And all they can seem to do with it is see despair. Money laundering in wars, human trafficking, pornography, this, that, the other, just drug running. You know that most of these people, that's where they get their money from? International drug trades.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yep. Human trafficking.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sex trades.
Yep.
Right?
Because it was a mercantile naval empire.
Right. So you think about that, and you think that that's all they really, that's their sale. That's what they sell. That's what they're merchants of despair. And who feeds on despair? Who does despair work for? The adversary.
Mm-hmm.
The devil wants to see you. Wants you to despair. The devil wants you to choose Canadian healthcare, or to abandon God in your heart. Truly, this is he wants you to trade the image bearer status for other things. This is the danger in transhumanism. This is why, like, I think. And I don't want to counter-signal you in your messaging here, Matt, because I do believe you're doing really good work. So this isn't a counter-signal on what you've been saying. But what I'm saying is that and I think this plays into your narrative anyways. Mm-hmm. And it's something that we both have said together and separately. Right now, even though this might seem like a great suffering and a time of trouble, which you've been given, no matter how this affects you and your family, stay alive, get back to church, get that community going. You've been given a bit of time. Now that bit of time could be 300 years. I don't know, right? But you get some time. And the time is to return, repent, redeem. Continue to establish the body of Christ. Really. Mm-hmm. Above everything else. Because what we've been learning here is this stuff can be taken from you. And the adversary is not going to stop. Even if it seems like there's a reprieve and the forces of evil have been beaten back and good has won out for a bit. Yeah, maybe. But they'll be back. Evil doesn't sleep, it waits. So what you tell your kids and your grandkids and all that stuff, even if you do live in a time of prosperity and a golden age, is this won't last. And they're going to come. They'll come in new ways. Maybe tell you to put the chip in or change your genes a bit. And that's, again, when you consider that I think one of the objective goals, it's not one world government or anything like that. If so, one world government is so they can maximize despair.
Yep.
Human sacrifice, despair, and the image bearer. That status of the image bearer is what they really want. They want to separate it. They want you to give it up. Because that's what made Lucifer fall. Mm-hmm. Image bearer. We are the image bearers of God. The most unique status among all of God's creations. That's our responsibility. That's what the Troons are. Image bearer.
And I think this is...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good. No, this
is part of the significance of your observation about the smothering mother and the vengeful son, is that what we're describing, the new American empire, the new the Uno reverse card, everything is, instead of the American empire being projected out and enforced upon everyone It's going to be the American empire is walled off and everyone is hammering on the gates trying to get inside. What this isn't like, oh, the previous empire was bad and this empire is good. No, the urge empire, the ambition empire is this is the Tower of Babel. This is the story of the Tower of Babel. This is a perpetual human experience. This is a perpetual human trajectory. We're constantly chasing empire. One empire collapses into a new empire that is birthed out of it. But the principle that undergirds that empire, the manifestation of that empire, is it changes. So this empire that we've been under, the so-called global American empire, is a gynocracy. It's a passive-aggressive, informal empire. And this new empire is going to be let's say a masculine-dominated empire. It's going to be a more masculine empire, which means it's going to be more explosive. It's going to be more chaotic. It's going to be enforced more harshly. There's going to be more hard power. And that's going to be a good thing in some senses, and it's going to be a bad thing in some senses. What this doesn't mean, we're going from evil to good or from bad to better. We're going to different. There's something that's something different that's coming, which means the risks and the attack vectors and stuff are going to be differently constituted. The prescription for you individually is going to be the same. Slosher had a super chat here, a couple leaf bucks. 10 leaf bucks. He says, other than moving out of cities and building local networks, what can we do to protect ourselves from the coming storm? And I think this answer is going to be different in a lot of ways for different people. Depends on who you are, where you are, what you have at your disposal, what you don't have at your disposal, et cetera, et cetera. But it's also going to be the same for everyone. Every single person, what you have to do to protect yourself from the coming storm is the 3 R's. Return, repent, redeem. Return, repent, redeem. Return, repent, redeem. Return, repent, redeem. Doesn't matter what the imperial structure is or where the imperial homeland is or where you are with respect to the imperial homeland. In every case, for every person at every class, it doesn't matter how you want to break the demographics down. For every single person, this is the universalism of Christianity. For every single person, the prescription is the same. Return, repent, redeem. $2 super chat from Rethuglican here. He says, as more time passes, I'm convinced that Vivek was exiled. Yeah, that's a whole can of worms in and of itself. I'm inclined to agree, I think. It's Matt, unfuck your audio. I didn't change anything about my audio.
It was really tinny, like it was like an echo going on. So I don't know what's going on with that, but I checked my audio stuff.
Is it still that way?
No, it's better. Okay. I've been getting a weird sort of echo thing, but I'm not sure if it's on my end. Like my mic's just booming now, so I don't know.
Huh. I've occasionally been able to hear myself talking, and I think it's coming out of your headphones and coming back through your microphone.
Weird.
But it's not been bad. It's not not disruptive. We're at the 4-hour mark. Let's just finish up with this last story I got here. Little Asmongold. This guy tweeted this out. Asmongold understands politics better than 99.99% of all political advisors and commentators in the entire country. Young white men don't give a damn about your portfolio losing a few percent if they can't get a job or make any real money. What the hell don't people understand? Jason, you have been talking to me about Asmongold for like a year. This is like one of your guilty pleasures is sitting and listening to the video game streamers. And you've been on Asmongold and said this is a guy to keep track of. He's coming around. He's coming along. Something along those lines.
Here's his story. I think he's in Chicago, but his story is this kind of I'll paraphrase it briefly. He comes from nothing. Like he does these streams out of this really messy bedroom. That's his bedroom that he was in his mom's house. And like, they're just, dirt poor, they're middle class, whatever. Right. But his mom died a few years back and he purchased a house. He's a multimillionaire. That guy is worth, he's not PewDiePie money, but he's a multi-millionaire. He rose to prominence as being a World of Warcraft streamer back in the very early days of that streaming, and he got huge. And then that branched out, and he was doing like gaming network stuff and all this other things, and grew into a whole network. Right now, he's, I think, moved him down to just him doing his stuff, and I think he's got his own. He's producing other shit, but that guy's worth multi-millions, and he lives in this ramshackle house and whatever. So he's an interesting guy because he comes from us. He's not some rich kid. He knows what.
He's a FanDuel American.
Yeah, he eats fast food, makes a big thing about it, right? Bit of a slob, but he's smart, and he's, like I said, very, very successful.
And he has a huge audience too.
Massive audience of primarily white. Well, I shouldn't say white. I don't know the racial demographic. Wouldn't be surprised if white, but young American men. 15 to 25 probably is his key demo. So he's speaking to this, and this is why. And I said this it started January, right? This is why Sam Hyde and stuff I think called him out, because I think a lot of what he says and a lot of his presentation, there's a character there, right? But I think he's a lot more red-pilled. I think he's a lot more in on stuff than he lets on.
Sam?
No, I don't know his politics. Asmongold. I don't know his exact politics. Wouldn't be surprised if he's a squishy,
Bernie bro.
Whatever, sure. But we all got to start somewhere, right? And his content over the last year, because he was one of the few people who were like, not anti-Trump. Let's put it that way. And being very favorable to giving very favorable coverage and being very unfavorable to the Democrats. So, and he's taken heat from everyone. He's, lost deals and all the rest of it, and been called a Nazi and all the good things. And he's not backing down.
And so he's basically kind of like a voice for the 15 to 25-year-old video game FanDuel American.
Yeah, and again, I think we get lost in this. We can get lost in this too, because if you're upstream from a lot of this content, you're listening to. It's like, okay, I've been dying deeply on Jay Dyer again for the first time in many years. And Jay's just one of the things that you have to graduate to Jay. Like, you can't, like when I first jumped in with Jay, I was like, day one Orthodox observer. I was like, whoa, the fuck is this guy on, right? And you have to graduate a little bit to understand things. Even with Cyprian, and he's said things, and I have a public history of disagreeing with him. But now I look back at some of the things he was saying, or through the things that he was saying, I think because of the influence of Father Turbo, I'm like, now I get it. I remember when they said something about the Troons and stuff being a trap, and when he first said, I'm like, screw you, whatever. And now it's like, no, that is, I totally get it. I understand now. That is the trap, right? Like it, but you have to progress a little bit. So with Asmongold, it's like, here's your on-ramp. Here's the on-ramp for a lot of young men who are just asking a lot of questions, and they got this guy who they can identify with. He's now mid-30s, something like that. But he's not. He's speaking their language. He's speaking at their level, and he's producing, like you said. Like once, I remember I put you on him, and then you started watching. You're like, oh right, and you got it right. Like
He's I would say bellwether, but Volpe's persona has it perfectly. He's a smell weather. That's very good. That's very good. Yeah. He's representative of the normie American male 15 to 30. Like his perspective, what he's seeing, the way he's talking, the space he occupies. This is going to be, it already in a sense is, the mainstream worldview of your generic young man in America. Soon those young men are going to be slightly older men, and then they're going to become older men. So like you can start seeing the trajectory of where things are going, which is the utility of the sort of normie commentator like this.
Yeah, I think the thing too is that everyone's hyper focused on Andrew Tate, but it's like these guys have way more cultural impact. Yes. Way more.
Oh yeah.
Massive. Right?
Yep.
The other thing I was going to point out, he's really that demographic that would have been comfortably asleep, but they screw with video games.
Yep.
It's become a meme now. Yeah, it's been a meme that Gamergate activated a bunch of people, and red pilled a bunch of people. They didn't even know what it was yet.
Mm-hmm.
And if they had just left video games alone, probably wouldn't have the frog would be boiling in the pot and quite content. But
yeah, like hailing back to the thing I was saying just a minute ago about America being the retribution for these European social engineers. They could have left well enough alone. They couldn't have engaged in these insane rehypothecation schemes to facilitate all of their human and drug trafficking and cartels and all of that. And they wouldn't have gotten this current situation now where their only choice to bail themselves out of complete and utter collapse is going to be bolting themselves on as a subservient piece of an emergent American empire.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like the Gamergate thing. You wouldn't have the problem of activated, angry young men in the same way if you hadn't done the Gamergate thing. But they can't help themselves. They have to do these things. The merchants of despair have to project their despair. And then they get a reaction, and then they cry out as they're striking you. They get the reaction, oh, how dare you react against us? We're just the merchants of despair. You shouldn't be, you should be just engaging with us with calm and dignity. And so here's him reacting.
As you turn your daughters into prostitutes. Yeah. I mean, what's your problem? Right?
Yeah, right. No, you just need to, you shouldn't be coarse and belligerent with your allies. You need to just engage with them and on decent terms and just negotiate with them calmly.
It's all just brain chemistry, bro.
Right. So here's him reacting to 48.
Ask ourselves, what has the globalist economy gotten the United States of America? And the answer is...
This is exactly it. Is that you ask this question to an average person, go to Walmart or Target and ask this question, the answer is nothing. All of this perceived value is primarily consolidated around the ruling communication, media, and 1% class.
Fundamentally, it's based on two principles: incurring a huge amount of debt to buy things that other countries make for us. And to make it a little bit more crystal clear, we borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture. That is not a recipe for economic prosperity. It's not a recipe for low prices, and it's not a recipe for...
Exactly. Yeah, and it's not... Like, it's not beneficial for an average person here in the U.S. if they can't get a job. And so, and you see it here, right? I mean, this is another example that you can take a look at, is that, so this is an example of kind of what I'm talking about, especially with stocks, is that from 2019, the year before COVID, to 2021, real average incomes per family have grown by 13%. This is a very large growth. This very large growth hides substantial inequality. And this is the problem that a lot of people that are in media don't understand, is that they don't understand why when you're showing a graph that says the economy is getting better to an average person, they think the graph is bullshit. And the reason why is this very large growth hides the substantial inequality. The bottom 99% of real incomes grew by only 4.1% from 2019 to 2021. That's 2 years. I guess 3 in a way. But while the top 1% grew by 46%, the top 1% of families captured 75% of total real growth per family from 2019 to 2021.
That is an insane statistic. From 2019 to 2021, the top 1% of families captured 75% of the growth.
You know what those top 1% of those families also have? Family lineage.
Yes.
Bet you every single one of them could trace they can tell you their family lineage going back generations, hundreds of years, not longer. Can you do that? The hollowing out of wealth. I think this is really important for people to understand conceptually. Wealth, success, all these things is not money. It's not materialism. This is the great lie. This is what's going up on trial. This is subjectivity. This is nominalism. All things material. The only thing that's really real is all things material, and those things that act upon the material. This is where you get brain chemistry as being just the brain. That's all we are. Okay? That's gone. It's dying. We're watching it die. It can't survive in the land of blockchains. A lot of these myths, these central myths, are all dying in real time because they cannot be substantiated, and mostly because the consequences are finally catching up. I redubbed it, instead of saying this is a crisis of competency, it's actually a crisis of consequences. And they can't hold them anymore because you can't defend secular humanism after COVID. No one's buying it. That's why they're being called back to the church. That's why church numbers are swelling, specifically certain churches. Hey man, I'm not making this stuff up. Right?
The top 1% income share reached an all-time high of 27%. I think that people don't understand what these numbers are. You want to talk about Chinese peasants? What about the American peasants? The rich got richer. They got richer in an astronomical level that is not even easy to comprehend. Like, let's see, Jeff Bezos' net worth over time. Do we have a graph here? Wow, look at that. Wow, look, oh wow, look at these numbers. Those are really good numbers. Can you show the productivity wage gap? Yes. This is the sick one. You guys ready? Disconnect between productivity and a typical worker's compensation. And keep in mind, this is stopping at 2017.
Look at that. It might be a little hard to see on the screen here, but this is the productivity increased. The hourly compensation stayed flat. And this is up to 2017. Think about how much has changed in the last 8 years. What does this look like now? And all of that productivity is being siphoned away from the people who are actually doing the producing, which is reducing the capacity for the producers to keep producing. This is the definition of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs.
This is why people want to burn down the system. Hey, Asman, $1 million vote for? Well, all I'm saying is, like, my point is that a lot of these people, as I said, these are the people messaging, oh, Luigi, haha, let's meme about Luigi. Well, now they're losing money, and so now it's serious. Yeah, you were fine with somebody else's dad getting shot in the back of the head, but whenever you lose 3% on your portfolio, suddenly now the world has to change. And won't somebody think of the companies? Anyway, I'm going on a bit of a tangent. Do you guys see
total violence? Total violence. You'll have the people getting shot, and you'll have the people cheering on the destruction of everything else.
I'm going on a bit of a tangent. Do you guys see, after you look at these graphs and this data, the reason why Americans want to burn down the system? Do you see as clear as fucking day? It's so obvious. Ponder the graph. Look at the graphs.
Just look at the graphs. Yep. A post here from Vagrant. He says, from a pure political strategy standpoint, Trump may be unmatched in the modern age. He knows the libs hate him so much that they're forced to take completely indefensible positions. So he makes them do this over and over in full public view. He's done this on many topics, but now they're likely going to lose their core unifying platform issue, income inequality. We've seen Trump sort of steal typical winning positions from the left and effectively make them new right-wing positions, neutralizing their power, such as personal health, food quality, government efficiency, anti-war ideology, trade and unions, environmental conservation, etc. This has been an extremely effective political maneuver, but stealing income inequality from the left would be momentous. The left has always made their bones on this concept of wealth disparity. All of their ideological legitimacy hinges on this core concept. Now they are very likely about to fumble it out of sheer hatred of Trump. They are once again defending the indefensible to appease their shrinking donor base out of pride, thereby ceding their own legitimacy over the issue to their opponent. He's taking their core unifying platform from them and transforming it into his own right before their eyes, and they can't even see the danger. They just impotently revert headlong into their typical predictable behavior. They're like putty in Trump's hand. If they lose control of this issue in a desperate bid to appease their distilled voter base, which is resentful lib boomer, neocon, and global capital, the left may not recover politically for a generation. Fascinating to see this happen in real time. By the way, Vance is also very good at this. He's taking what Trump is doing and focusing it into a more academically appealing stance. This combination is lethal to the left, which relies on being the unchallenged authority in politics. They are rightly terrified of it.
Gee, I wonder if there's a guy behind the scenes who knows Girardi and memetics can moderate people towards desires.
Huh. Imagine that.
Oh, weird, huh?
I wonder if there was a little group of random guys on the internet who were talking about this a couple of years ago and predicting this eventual emergence. Might be good people to follow.
Might be good to check those guys out. Yeah.
Okay, a couple thoughts here from the chat. First of all, member chat from Nicholas Bauman. Thank you, my friend, for being a member of the King Pill. $5 a month. He says, could the spirit of the vengeful son become the beast that consumes the whore of Babylon? You want to dig into that one? That almost seems like a full episode's worth of conversation on its own, perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, I think the thing is that everyone wants to really code vengeful son as good.
Right.
This is the major resistance I keep hitting with everybody. Is that I say all these things and they go, yeah, but it's going to be good, right?
When we do it. Yeah.
Right. And I'm like, no, it's Satan. Okay. Tyrannical father, devouring mother, vengeful son. I've created these little categories because I think it's a revolution going through the categories of father, mother, and child. So the family holds a trinity. It's an internal trinity. It's like a micro monastery, right? If you invert it, you get what we have, right? So the revolutionary spirit, which is to upturn things, to invert things, has now moved through these categories. And I'm attaching to ages because I think it's easier to understand it that way. But it's not like in the age of the vengeful son, suddenly the office of the mother gets purified. Like it's not going to vacate, right? This is just Satan. So it's Satan chasing out Satan to get you into more Satan. And what I looked at during these time periods is that there seems to be like a 10 to 15 year window where everything gets coded as good because the reaction is to the bad. So the outgoing spirit is coded as bad, and then the incoming spirit is coded as good, the new vibe. Yay. This is the problem because it's going to feel good. The devouring mother felt good. Mini skirts, women's liberation, new cultural revolution, sexual revolution, all these little revolutions. It was coded as good. People were excited about it. New music, grow your hair out. Okay? The tyrannical father, it was coded as good. We were fighting just wars, liberating Europe, liberating people from despots, monarchs, from the old system into the new system. And European immigrants like my grandfather, when they came to North America, they integrated completely. Jim Jotras has talked about this with his own dad. They were just of that generation where they integrated, and they gave up all the old country because they realized that it was part of that new pact. This wasn't, and it's most obvious with the European immigrants, but it happened across the world where people just left the old things and went to the new things. Well, the new thing is diseased. And the men who modeled the fathers of the boomers were broken men. They were broken. Their fathers were broken by the Industrial Revolution, but even before. These men lived through 2 world wars and a Great Depression.
They were broken, or they were non-existent because they died in war.
Right, or they got into their head. The most important thing to do, because after the Great Depression, and this is commonplace, was we need to what? Provide for the family. So they were away for 8, 10, 12 hours, 6 days a week, many times, away from the family.
Because you also had the industrialization, all the factories that built up. And so you're no longer working on the family farm or working in the family business. The giant conglomerates were absorbing all of the family businesses. And so then, and also because of the, Josh Ham pointed this out in the last stream, that mandatory high school was a way of covering up unemployment levels during the Great Depression. So you had both of these happen at the same time. The family business gets broken up. It gets absorbed by the conglomerates. The father goes in. If he didn't go to war, didn't die in war, didn't wind up with PTSD, he goes and he works in a factory all day, every day. The kid goes and is put into this prison-like school system all day, every day. And then, well, what does the mother do? Well, I guess we need to get women in the workforce. So the woman now goes to work.
Yep.
The boomers got fucked.
Yeah. Suburbs. You want to know where so suburbs got the big champion thing from the neocons is the nuclear family. We got to return to nuclear family. The nuclear family is where you got this inversion.
Yes. The nuclear family was a weapon.
Right. You know how you can't trace your family lineage back a few generations? Because of that.
Yep.
People move to the suburbs. They might work in town, but live in the suburbs. All those families broke apart. So brothers and sisters, you came from a family of, let's say, so my grandfather came from families of, 6, 8, 9 people were common. That got, but his generation, when he's having kids, he had 3. By the time my mom had me, I have 1, and now I have 1, right? So you see, it narrows. And then part of that is because I wasn't raised around a big family. It wasn't normal for me, right? The idea of having a big family was weird because you're not used to it. My wife comes from a big family, and every time I'm around them all together, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to do, right? So it becomes normalized. It breaks the patterns. It breaks people apart. Even the Great Depression, people had to travel across the country to get jobs, or they relocated, breaking families apart. So you lose connections, your cousins, and all the rest of the extended family network. Someone said that they think there's going to be a rise of aristocrats, and yeah, maybe for people who have means and stuff. But I think for the majority of us, it has to be returned to the family. And I'm not talking the nuclear family. I'm talking about the extended family, where cousins are raised with cousins, and you try to substantiate a larger and larger family. If it can't be for you and your kids, try to get them in that mindset. Stay somewhere.
The true aristocracy was not nuclear families. The aristocracy, these were cousins. These were yes, they were all related to each other. They behaved behaving aristocratically meant living for your family name, your family manor. Not manor as in M-A-N-N-E-R, but M-A-N-O-R, the manor of the family. You existed for that, the family business. If you were a lord and your responsibility was to care for all of the serfs under your feudal domain, then you were a representative of your family name. And every one of your serfs was the property that was a reflection of that. So to behave aristocratically is actually to abandon the nuclear family structure.
Yeah.
This was from Fart on Twitter. He says, I also predicted back in 2012 that cryptocurrencies could lead the world into a kind of medieval era crypto kingdoms, better or worse, I don't know. And he says, and Trump just said something like that the other day, America, the first crypto kingdom, unless I'm wrong. I didn't see that. That would be very interesting to hear from Trump. He also says, I still watch his takes, though, referring to Asmongold. He says, same reason you guys do. His mind is the pulse of those after us. That's a really good way of putting it. Okay, so, and then he says, commenting on Twitter, he says, tossing out the bad and keeping the good. You don't bring the new good. The new good the Father will bring with the wedding of the Son. Another echo of the heresy of bringing forth the events in the Bible. Quote, God, you're going too slow. We're going to force things to happen. Finding something new that is actually good is incomprehensibly difficult. Good thoughts from Fart. I'm very glad that we have Fart here to provide good commentary. All right, we're at 4.5 hours. I have just one last quick little thing, little inspirational thing to leave you with here. This is Jason talks about the primal frame and the civilized frame, the civil frame. Let's play a little game. Is this civil frame or primal frame? This is from Matt Van Swoll. He says, A wild report from the National Weather Service confirms that an Indiana Amish community was hit by a tornado on April 3rd and had already completed all of the roof repairs on the same day so that damage could not even be estimated by the National Weather Service. And it says here, 2 likely simultaneous parallel moving tornadoes impacted far eastern Adams County in the evening of April 2nd. Damage assessments from Adams County Emergency Management along with an NWS ground survey found that the first tornado had max estimated wind speeds of 100 to 105 miles per hour and moved along East 300 South. Reports from a local provided evidence of several Amish properties that had sustained roof damage and were already repaired earlier in the day. Otherwise, other damage included partial destruction and total destruction of well-built pole barns. Tornado dissipated before it reached the Mercer County line. Josh Ham is the one who sent this to me, and he said something to the effect of, like, I just want to live in a civilization that functions like this. This is the civil frame right here.
Duties, right?
Yep.
Civilization, your rights have to be backed up by duties. If you're going to have these things called rights, which don't exist anywhere but in the mind, and people, because people like them and it makes them feel good, it has to be built up by duties and responsibilities. If the rights exist without duties and responsibilities, then they're not rights. They're privileges. They're just something that people allow you to do until they don't allow you to do it anymore. You get to live in the big house. Ooh, like, that's it. Right? Because think about it, right? It's an exchange on the most basic level. If I was going to do, like, let's say, I'm being run by a lord here, and the Lord's going to give me all these wonderful rights and privileges and things. But in exchange, I'm going to make sure the area is nice and clean. I'm going to police it. I'm going to take care of people in need and all that stuff. I'm not going to make a call and go, "Can you help me?" Maybe if it's something beyond my ability, but if it's something simple, I'm just going to fix it because that's my duty. It's my responsibility to my civilization, to my community, to the place where I live. Because I don't want to live in shit. And we see places that don't seem to have that responsibility, and what happens? They live in shit.
Mm-hmm.
And they just get used to it, and they go, "Shit, good." Like, okay.
They even eat it.
Sure. Hey, man, whatever. Cool. Awesome. Get the fuck away from me.
One last super chat from Ruthuglican. Couple more bucks. Thank you, my friend. He says, referring to Asmongold, he takes leftist subjects and solves using right-wing ways.
Good
yes.
point.
Yep. All right. Well, 4 hours and 40 minutes almost. Hulk is warming up in the bullpen.
Super stream.
This was epic. We may have to do this on a regular basis. Jason, chill for yourself.
Hi, I'm Jason Mironchuk, host of the Mironchuk Now channel and network. You'll go ahead and try to find me on YouTube. Apparently, that's a bit of a problem. Hopefully, we'll get that squared away. I think I've had some inroads, and we'll be fixing that up as we go. But of course, you can find me on Spotify. You can find me on iTunes. You can find me on Substack. Go over to Gumroad and look for me over there. There's a few things we have on Gumroad. Tales of the Shadow Empire. I mean, we were talking mostly about economics in this stream. But if you want to find out how we started making these predictive models all the way back in August, I have multiple talks with Stormy Waters, Tom Luongo, Jim Jatras, and Charles Padil in the Volume 1. Volume 2, I've been doing research. Volume 2 will be much more spiritual in nature, so keep an eye out for that. While you're on Gumroad, you can sign up for a membership, $10 a month, or there's other payment options available to you there. A lot of the episodes I do at the end of the day, which is an interview show, Friend or Fed, which will be coming back hopefully pretty soon. A few other things I do are all available there. I'm going to keep adding more and more uploads over there as well. So if you have a hard time finding me other places, go to Gumroad, sign up. Helps keep the light on. I appreciate each and every one of you who've been supporting the show. Thank you, Matthew, for having me on and for being a friend and a supporter since day one. I appreciate my friend. Because it's been a rough road the last little bit, but we're coming through. And once it happens, once it pops, my friends, it's
bright lights ahead.
Yeah. I got nothing but trust me, I'm fully illuminated. So in that regard, so I appreciate all of you, and thank you for listening to me on Astrolabe today.
Well, thank you for coming on here. We'll do our little mutual admiration society. I appreciate you, man. You guys can make sure you subscribe to the channel. If this is the first time watching, make sure you're subscribed to the notification bell. Like the stream on your way out. I'm going to give you Hulk here in just a minute. Make sure you're following me on Twitter at Real King Pill. Join the King Pill Discord. That is, it's the best community on the internet. I cannot say enough good things about it. And there's many more very interesting things coming very soon there. So if you want to get in on the ground floor now, then go to kingpill.com. Come join up with us. Also, if you want to support the show, there's a few other ways. You can go to Cash App and buy me a coffee. Both of those links in the description. King Pill Substack will have all of the links that I went through today. They're all freely available. You can get a membership in the Substack as well if you want to support that way. If you're already over there and want to throw some shekels my way, it's very much appreciated. And go follow the cyberbully on Twitter at EWBSX cyberbully. Go to EWBSX.app. And go listen to the stream. 24 hours a day, 24/7 stream of White Boy Summer bangers. And we now have the iOS app available. So if you got an iPhone, go to the App Store, search EWBSX. Same with our Android boys. You can get the Google Play Store. You can get the app there. Go download it, listen to it, enjoy it. We've got many more things coming there. So stay tuned on all that. And I will be back tomorrow with another episode of the Astrolabe. And you never know, you may see more conversations like this with Jason and I in the future.
Dun dun dun.
So stand back, stand by, and stay tuned. For now, I give you Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough.